Hey guys, Sly here, and before we get into this video, I just want to let you guys know that this is actually a re-upload of a part of a series that I do on my Twitch channel called the Sly Army Tierlists, where we pretty much rank a bunch of just random topics that I'm personally interested in. And so, because of that, these opinions are not set in stone for how I feel about in the current day. And so if you guys want a more updated version of that, feel free to either check out the DeviantArt link down below or tune in on my Twitch that will also be in the description, or check out my Discord where I occasionally post some more updated versions of how I feel about certain topics. And so do keep that in mind. And also make sure to check out the description of the video itself for the timestamps for the particular topic that is presented here. But in any event, I hope you guys do at least enjoy. I recommend you guys listen to this as either like a podcast form or as just something to play in the background. But in any event, hope you guys at least enjoy. Hey guys, Sly here, and welcome back. Yes, I know it's been a few weeks since I've done any sort of stream on the channel. It's mostly because I wanted to take a bit of a break from doing some stuff on Twitch and focus on working on a few other things in the background. So I hope you guys are at least fine with that. But, of course, well, we're doing another tier list for our kind of return, but keep in mind that later this week, I'm actually not going to be here again. I actually, as a matter of fact, will be doing a bunch of tier lists for the next couple of days. And so it's going to be a bit less involved when it comes to the gaming side of things, and more so me just doing a bunch of tier lists that I've honestly been kind of wanting to do for a long time, and just getting them out of the way. And of course, well, there is a good reason why we're streaming tonight, or at least a tier list like this, because it's actually kind of a bit of a huge deal in terms of the animation scene. Because, as you can probably tell, it is in fact the 100th anniversary of the Walt Disney Animation Studio department. So, like, normally I wouldn't do this for something like this, but considering that they're the oldest, continuing animation studio. Wow. Congratulations. They made it to a century after their founding, which is insane. Obviously I'll get into a little bit of that before, but I do kind of want to give a few updates before I get into this. So, like I said, we're going to be focused more on doing a bunch of tier lists specifically involving Disney related content for the next couple of days. But I will be gone on Thursday, and I won't be returning until next Tuesday because I'm actually going to be flying back to Vegas again, and I'm going to be going to TwitchCon. So, yeah, TwitchCon is happening back at Vegas. I'm able to go there because I actually have contacts there, contact relatives who live in the Las Vegas area. And so that's how I was even able to go to the convention earlier this year over there. But now, this is going to be my first TwitchCon, and I'm excited for that. When We're Young is also going to be there. But, I don't know if I'll be able to make it. Granted, the whole thing, I don't want to get into the specific details, and also last year was kind of an iffy thing anyway, so I'm kind of on the fence about that. Because whatever. But regardless, though, I'm really excited about that. So do keep in mind that I will be there. I will be gone again this weekend, and I will not be returning until next Tuesday. But we'll be doing a bunch of tier lists just kind of in the time being, especially since I like doing these anyways. So yeah, I'm really excited for that. And yes, I'll do a podcast talking about my journeys there, as I've done before. But regardless, though, there's that. And then, more importantly, I am going to be uploading a few things on YouTube on Wednesday. So stay tuned for that. It's been something I've been working on actually during this time, and I'm really excited about it. So I hope you guys are excited for that too. But in any event, I think we should get on with this. So, but yeah, Disney. or the Walt Disney Animation Studio. I know I don't like Wikipedia, but look at this. October 16th, 1923. That is the exact day in which the studio was formed. And while obviously they didn't start making films up until like the late 30s, and how they wouldn't even produce their like first major thing until 1928 with Steamboat Willie, they are still, one of the most recognized studios of animation history as a whole. And it's kind of insane to think that they've lasted as long as they did. And, a lot of their movies are considered to be, some of the, all-time classics when it comes to just film in general. And that's something that, like, I've kind of touched upon in the past. Obviously, I've done tier lists involving video games, involving, video games, involving TV shows, and involving music before. But outside of the Star Wars tier list, I haven't really focused much on film all that much. And truth be told, that's partially because, if I'm going to be honest, I didn't really grow up with many great films during my childhood or even in my teenage years. I started to rectify that finally in the past couple of years. And I've pretty much have, seen a bunch of, films that I consider to be, classics even to this day. And when it comes to like Disney films especially, I mean, I definitely see the appeal for a lot of them, because at the end of the day, like, yes, they're made for like all audiences, but that's kind of the advantage of, a lot of these films that we're going to be talking about, is that some of these films honestly do feel way more mature than they have any right to be. And that's pretty insane to like go into. So, and that's even been kind of the case for even a lot of the older films that people tend to kind of overlook. They're like, oh, that was from a long time ago. They wouldn't do something like that. I mean, there were still some heavy themes in some of the older Disney films, from like, back in the 40s and 50s, and even into the 60s. Obviously, as we know, though, the Renaissance period is like the 1990s Renaissance is, of course, the most recognized time period for some of the classics that we all know today. And even, I wouldn't say nowadays, more so the 2010s was a revitalization after what happened in the 2000s for Disney. We're kind of in a iffy period right now, though. But regardless, though, even though I'm just going to be honest with you guys, I'm more so interested in a lot of later films, specifically a lot of the films starting around the 90s to today. I can still at least respect the talents that were put into a lot of these films. So, and yes, that does lead into actually one of the points I do want to actually make for this tier list. We've covered old stuff before, but typically I try to stick to stuff from like the 90s to today, mostly because I grew up a lot of stuff from the 90s, even though it was a little bit past my time. That I just grew up with a lot of that stuff specifically because it was just stuff that we kind of like was still kind of lingering around by the time I was still like growing up, and so I'm more attached to something like that, as well as, of course, the stuff from the 2000s, 2010s, and even going into the 2020s as of right now, than I am anything before. Not to say that we haven't touched stuff like that before. If you guys remember the Christmas animated specials tier list, we went all the way back to the 1960s for that one. And then with some of the grunge bands we talked about last year, obviously, a lot of them came from the 1980s. But this is probably going to be the tier list where we're going to be covering some of the oldest stuff that I'm going to be talking about. And I'm just going to preface this right now for you guys that, like, I might be a bit biased compared to a lot of other people, specifically because it's just not really my thing. Not to say that I won't be giving credit where credit is due for some of these films. As a matter of fact, I'm going to be putting some of these, older films really high, because I think just objectively speaking, like they still are pretty good. But like, do keep in mind that like a lot of this sort of these films from dating all the way back to the 1930s that we're going to be talking about, Jesus Christ. Do keep in mind I may not be the kindest person, if that makes sense. I mean, to be fair, some of these films people don't even like any, like, regardless of whenever they came out. It's just I do preface that because I'm more into a lot of the more modern stuff. So just put that in the back of your minds. But then let's actually just kind of address a few things here before we get into this list, because I think there's two specific things I need to like truly address about this. Number one, I'm not doing this tier list in celebration of the Walt Disney Company, especially considering that, like, basically ever since its inception, it's been kind of sketchy in a lot of ways. Whether it be, what's going on, what happened with some of the filming of some of their more recent films, especially with the, live action remakes, or just the fact that, like, they're basically a monopoly. I'm not doing this in celebration of any of that. As a matter of fact, like, if anyone's going to be a hardline critic of modern Disney, it's going to be me. Why? Because I don't like how they've just been monopolizing, like, everything. I'm only doing this tier list in celebration of the animation department and the people who took their damn time with the craft. That's what I'm doing here as celebration, because I'm here to celebrate just how amazing some of the, all the people who've worked on the animation for many of these films have pretty much been through it all, and not only have, thrived in their own careers, but even influenced others to start their own careers in other departments. And obviously, these films are in a lot of ways pretty influential, not just because, a lot of them were made for like kids, but like even people who are adults and, older, they can still appreciate these films from an artistic standpoint and even a narrative standpoint. And obviously that led to influences from many other people, even people who used to work for Disney, i.e. people like Don Bluth or Jeffrey Katzenberg, though obviously he's kind of a person. But like people from like other animation studios, like, Fox Animation until they shut down, but whatever, or DreamWorks or Blue Sky or any of that sort of set, like Sony Animation, or hell, even like people who worked on stuff that we've even talked about with Cartoon Network or Nickelodeon. A lot of them were influenced by a lot of the stuff that Disney probably did back in the day. And obviously, Disney is not the first animation studio to ever exist. Animation has been around since the 1890s. And there are even other, caricatures other than Mickey Mouse that have existed. But the fact that, like, they're the oldest continuing animation studio that still exists to this day is a true testament to the people who work in the background. And that's what I'm here to celebrate. But then there's the other thing I have to address. There are certain films that, if I'm going to be honest, have aged so poorly. And I'm just going to be honest, like, normally, like, I know people have the mindset of like, if you look at the film from the time period that it was made, then you, like, if you try to put, like, you know, time period bias aside, then you can try to look at things more objectively. Like, I know that's something that, like, people like to say. However, I'm just gonna be honest. I genuinely tried, but some of these films have so much racist shit in them. Like, I'm trying to not swear as much because, you know, it's Disney, and, you know, I want to keep this tier list at least a bit more clean compared to most of the other tier lists I've done. But, like, there is some genuinely, like, just horrible racist stuff in some of these that it actually made me cringe. Obviously, for a lot of the older Disney films, so, like, most of the ones from the 90s to now, they don't really have a lot of those issues, except for one particular exception. I'll get to that once we get to that. But, like, that's gonna affect the score, because to me, and I even mentioned this with 2 years ago when it came to our top 100 FPS. How I like to, you know, judge a movie is based off of whether or not it was good back then, but more importantly, if it still holds up to this day. Not just in terms of, like, stuff like that, but more importantly, for, like, basically, but more importantly, like, whether or not, like, things have, like, you know, aged, like, poorly on a technical sense. That's kind of why I'm someone who's a critic of certain games like GoldenEye 007. I'm sorry, but it's because the game itself has aged poorly, because it doesn't, like, it may have been great for its time, but time has not been good to it. And I'm gonna do the same thing here. For technical stuff, but also if, like, there's issues like that. Because if I'm gonna be honest, that did kind of ruin a few of these films for me. So if there's a film that I'm gonna be ranking a lot lower than what most people would normally do, it's because it made me cringe so hard that, like, I can't take that bias away. Because, like, if I want to watch a movie, I want to make sure it's not going to make me physically cringe. Like, so, and unfortunately, that is a reflection of the eras that some of these films were made in. So I just wanted to just lay that down right now. And also, one last thing, of course, this is, of course, my opinion. If you guys disagree with me, that is completely fine. We're not actually going to have too many stipulations here. We're just going to be doing all of the movies that were featured on the list of Disney animated films. And they have to have at least, the one rule is that they have to be majority animated films. Because in the 1940s, there were a few films where it was kind of an anthology film where there were live action segments, but they were listed as a part of the mainline movies by Walt Disney Animation Studios. And so that's why they're going to be on this list. Just for those who might be curious as to why is, you know, Fun and Fancy Free on here, or like Three Caballeros. It's because, well, yes, it's a hybrid film. First of all, it's majority animation, but it's also listed as, you know, a mainline movie. So do keep that in mind. So, and yes, I've seen every single one of these films. So there's not going to be any sort of, like, outlier film. We do have one exception to that rule, but that's mostly because I put it on here for preparation for people who want to use this list. Which, of course, if you guys want to use this list, the link will be in the Discord down in the description below. So, yeah, but Wish is on here. That movie's not out yet, but I put it on here for those who want to rank it, just so that, like, I'm prepped for it. So, and who knows, maybe that film will be amazing, but considering the track record in the past 5 years, that's questionable, but let's not get into that. Let's get into the list proper. So, okay, so obviously, like I said, we're not going to be talking about the shorts, so Steamboat Willie and all the Mickey Mouse shorts, and even a bunch of the other shorts, they're not going to be on this list, specifically because, again, that this is mostly focusing on like theatrical film releases. And so while we're celebrating the 100th anniversary of the entire studio, their first full-length feature film wouldn't come out until 1937 with the release of Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs. So do keep that in mind. So, but yeah, let's get into this. So yeah, Snow White. Now, I've mentioned this plenty of times before. I'm not someone who usually ever ranks the first of something really low. As a matter of fact, I only do that if the thing is like objectively bad. And well, frankly, that trend's going to continue. I'm not going to put this low. As a matter of fact, if I'm going to be honest, and by the way, we're going to be ranking them by year release. So, like, chronological release. So, we'll start with Snow White, and then we'll end with Strange World. So, or Strange... Yeah, Strange World. So, yeah, Snow White. If I'm going to be honest, though, it's not a bad film by any stretch of the imagination. As a matter of fact, I respect it, again, because it was the first feature-length film by the studio. I just didn't particularly click with this one, though. Like, I mean, the dwarves don't really have a lot of personality outside of, you know, the main ones, like Dopey and Grumpy and, you know, the main ones. And, I mean... funny enough, the evil queen doesn't really... I know, a lot of people associate... Oh, by the way... Oh, I should have said this. We're going to talk spoilers in this. So, if you don't want spoilers, get out. Even for films that are, like, you know, 85 years old. So, like, just keep that in mind. But... yeah, like, honestly... I mean, okay, I'm going to put this in, like, I'm going to give it a low B. I think you can't really put this film, like, you can't put this film low because this was the first one, and so I respect it for that. But I don't think you can really put this film any higher than a B, if I'm going to be honest. Mostly because, like, this was their first full-length featured film. And, I mean, quite frankly, it just is okay. Like, it's not, again, Snow White, there's better protagonist, like, female protagonists that they would do. And, honestly, yeah, the evil queen barely is, like, she's typically seen with, like, her, like, warped robe and face. But honestly, that's only like a short part of the film, which is weird enough. But yeah, and I mean, again, this goes into my bias when it comes to a lot of like older things. Like this is a musical, but like this is a 1930s musical, and so it's not my vibe when it comes to the music itself. So like, yeah, because of that. I respect it, which is why I'm not gonna put it... Okay, because it's not my cup of tea, I'm gonna put it at C, but I'm gonna keep it at like a mid to high C. If you put it any lower, you're kind of being a bit disingenuous. I mean, the animation work for its time is also really competent. But like you can definitely tell that like it's a rough draft-ish compared to what they would do in later years. So I'm going to put it in B tier or C tier in this. So, and I mean, truth be told, if I'm going to be honest, I'm going to do the same thing for Pinocchio, C tier. I mean, this is a fucking weird film, if I'm going to be honest. I mean, okay, so yeah, I mean, First of all, a lot of people associate Pinocchio with like whenever he lies, his nose grows. Um, that only happens once in the film, which is interesting enough. But more importantly, there's some like insane stuff that happens in this film that I actually did not remember when I watched this whenever I was a kid. I mean, everyone talks about the donkey scene where like the kids get transformed into donkeys. Like that's pretty insane. But like does anyone also talk about the fact that like um what's his name? Pinocchio's like father, I forgot his name. Geppetto? I think that's what his name is. Once Pinocchio gets back to his house, he's somehow swallowed by a freaking whale, and he leaves a message for that. Like, what? That comes out of nowhere. So yeah, like that's insane. I mean, Jiminy Cricket, he's kind of, whatever. He's kind of if I'm gonna be honest, he's kind of a wise ass in the film. And I mean, there isn't really a lesson to be learned. Pinocchio doesn't really learn a lesson in the film, if that makes sense. It's more so just hijinks. Like, that's kind of the film, is that it's more hijinks than it is, like, a story, if that makes sense. Like, it has beats of a story, but I wouldn't really say that this is, like, there's not really a lot of character growth, which is a shame. Especially since, it's Pinocchio we're talking about. He can grow the nose. There could be some sort of a message about how he shouldn't lie or something like that, but that's not really a thing. Again, though, to be fair, this is from 1940, so like that's kind of a thing. But then of course second film in, we've already got some issues. The Italian borderline Jewish stereotype of one of the villains at the beginning of the film. I mean, that was kind of uncomfortable, especially considering this came out in 1940, and if you know your history lessons, you know that this came out during, World War II. But yeah, I mean, that wasn't really in good taste, and also some of the like imagery of a lot of stuff from Native Americans, granted not as bad as another film we're going to be talking about, but like, again, it's just something that I noticed, and while it wasn't the worst thing that I've seen, it wasn't particularly the greatest thing either, so yeah, I mean, you can do worse, but I wouldn't say that this is like, peak Disney. So, but then we move on to Fantasia. So, and you know what? If I'm going to be honest, this is actually a genuinely pretty good. I don't want to call it a musical. It's not really a musical. It's more of a. I like to call this a composition film, meaning that it relies on visuals, but also like the music to kind of carry the film. And truth be told, oh my god, yeah, I'm gonna put this in S tier. Like, this is one of those films that like I'm kind of surprised it came out of the era that it did, if I'm gonna be honest. Because this one, like, people probably praise this one like a lot. I'll keep it brief here. This wasn't a financial success at the time, and unfortunately that is going to reflect on a lot of the films that will be produced throughout the rest of the 40s. Also because of World War II, but it was a combination of this not being a financial success at the time, plus World War II at the time, as to why this didn't succeed. And god damn it, I wish this did, because oh my god, this is visual eye candy. And really, I think this was definitely like one of the crowning, this, in my opinion, is probably one of the best crowning achievements that Walt himself worked on. Granted, say what you want about Walt Disney himself, he's become a more controversial person as time has gone on, and I do have my criticisms of him. But like, you can't deny that he had like a vision that was like, you can't deny that he had an imaginary vision. And this right here is a testament to at least that craft. Expressed with, like, you know, tying the film to the music in the film. I think it's actually pretty spectacular. Even if, like, there's some parts that some people do find boring, like the dinosaur part, I still think that part is really cool, even if it's not accurate to what happened with dinosaurs. But that's neither here or there. Of course, everyone knows the Sorcerer's Apprentice part with Mickey and, you know, with the hat. That's the most iconic part of this film. But like every other section of this film, I think is still a pretty good time to like experience. Like, and again, the Chernobog scene. Need I say more about that? So, and if I'm just going to be honest, if you are someone who wants to know about the history of animation and wants to know, you know, what people might consider to be one of the best films in animation, I am going to agree that, like, at least in terms of like this era of animation, you have to pay respects to Fantasia. Like, it is one of those films that, as a film critic or an animation critic, you have to go watch yourself and, you know, see it, especially if you're going to be watching it with the original audio, because I know there's a couple of edits that do change around the audio a bit. I don't know why they did that. It's weird. Oh, I know why, because some of it may not have been like fully restored, which sucks. But, you know, this was the 1940s. They didn't really preserve stuff back then, which is unfortunate. But it's still cool to, like, it's still something that, like, as someone who is, you know, taking a bunch of, like, you know, film classes, and hell, we even talked about some, like, stuff involving Disney recently, this is something you have to watch. So granted, like, okay, whatever, you get the point, is that this is one of the best animated films of all time, and it still holds up. And thankfully doesn't have a lot of the same issues that I have with a lot of early Disney films. Unfortunately, though, the next one does. Oh my god. Okay. So how do you follow up with, honestly, one of the best films, arguably, of all time in the animation realm? Racial Caricatures, the film. Dumbo. Okay, so again, like I said before, this is one of those films where it's like, if, like, some people might say, oh, if you take away the, you know, it being from this time period, then, like, maybe it's a bit, maybe you can appreciate that. I mean, even putting that aside, if I'm going to be honest, this film just does not click with me anyways. I hate the theming of it, because it's like, it's about a baby elephant who's at the circus, and he's outcasted for a good while until he learns that he has something that makes him unique, in this case, the ability to fly, and he uses that as sort of, you know, basically showing it off in a proud sense. That's kind of the moral of the story, but if I'm going to be honest, it's kind of they do it in, like, a very boring way. Especially, it's weird, because, like, I remember watching this one quite a bit as a kid too, which is kind of embarrassing to say about, especially in hindsight, but, like, but yeah, no, this one was just boring. I mean, I forgot them. Sorry if I keep. There's a lot of films that I have to go through. The mouse side character, he's all right. Obviously, the best part of this film is the. Okay, let's just be. Wait, is the pink elephant scene, aka the drunk scene. I mean, yeah, it's funny that, like, there's a baby elephant who just got, like, a bunch of, like, I don't know, like, vodka or something, and or I think it's actually moonshine, but whatever. And just hallucinates like the most bat insane thing ever. um, I mean, it only lasts for like what 5 or 10-ish minutes because the film was only about an hour long. Um, so like it's not that long of a scene. But I mean, the scene after that with the crows, I mean, yeah, that was pretty cringe. Granted, that's not the worst part of the film. The absolute worst part is the scene with the workers. That was that actually was the first time I out of the entire marathon, because keep in mind, I've been watching all these films for the past like 2.5 years. So like I've been working on this since like I think like June of 2021, and like it was around. So yeah, I've been watching these films like pretty consistently for the past like 2.5 years. That was one of the first films I watched, and that was the first one I physically cringed at. Like, I was like, oh my god, this is aged horribly. Coupled that with, like, again, a story that isn't really a story, and just honestly, just I didn't really care the film. I'm sorry, I'm putting this in F tier. This was bad in more than several ways. So again, the only thing that holds this film up is the pink elephant scene. But even then, I mean, there's better films that kind of do visual eye candy. I mean, we just talked about Fantasia. If you want to have a film that is, a direct homage to, like, the visual arts, go watch Fantasia. Dumbo is not the film to watch it for, and especially not for the actual cringe of the time period. Again, most people would advocate against looking at it in the modern perspective, but this is one of those films that's like impossible for me. Like I actually genuinely cringed. So like, ugh. So yeah, no. So thankfully though, the next movie is actually Bambi, and if I'm gonna be honest about this one actually, I thought was, for some reason, I thought this one was actually really good. I mean, it's not as good as Fantasia, but I mean, I don't know what it was. I mean, maybe it's partially because this is one of the films from the 40s that holds up better than most of the other ones. Also, I kind of actually do, care about Bambi's situation. And also, this is kind of one of those films that's kind of a film about environmentalism in a weird way. Especially since, near the end of the film, there's an entire forest that's caused, and there's like, it's also caused by a bunch of like guys who are trying to hunt and stuff. And so it has like a underlying environmentalist message talking about how, like, yeah, I mean, man should try to fucking, take out an entire ecosystem. And that's appreciated. Like, I know there's also the joke where it's like, oh, Bambi, like, everyone dies when Bambi's mom dies. I mean, yeah, that was sad. I wouldn't say I cried though. So admittedly, that's kind of a knock is that it also came out of nowhere. Which, by the way, that's a common pattern with a lot of older films. I feel like is that the pacing is just it's a bit iffy. Also, this is something that people kind of forget. Bambi talks quite a bit in this film. Like you wouldn't think so. Um, but yeah, no, there's a lot of exchange dialogue between Bambi and all the other animals. Um, and yes, a lot of it is like cutesy stuff, but if I'm gonna be honest, I take this any day of the week over Bambi. As a matter of fact, I'm gonna put this in A tier. Especially since that, like, again, this one definitely relies more on its visual cues rather than its storytelling, because admittedly that part is a little bit weak. But unlike Fantasia, where the point of it was more so a show don't tell sort of situation, Bambi still kind of had the semblance of a story, and it wasn't particularly done great. So that's why I'm putting it in A tier as opposed to S tier. But like in terms of films from the time, I don't know. Maybe it's just something. Maybe I just like you know. Maybe it's just because like I like seeing the evolution of like like a baby deer, and then by the end of it, they form their own family, kind of doing the cycle again. Like it's kind of a cycle of life sort of like film. Um, but yeah, I guess I'm one of those weird Bambi defenders because I think a lot of people have expressed that Bambi's overrated. I don't think so. I mean, as a matter of fact, like I still would say that it's a genuinely good film, just not as good as it could have been. It's just flawed, but I still respect it. So, all right, now we're getting into the weird part of Disney, aka the anthology era, as I'm gonna call it. Again, basically since like World War II, like since like the second half of World War II up until the 50s, Disney was kind of having a lot of financial issues, partially because of World War II, but also because of the financial bomb that was Fantasia. And so they produced a lot of these pseudo documentary films. Well, they produced some pseudo documentary films as well as like several anthology film. It was a weird time. I still don't even know what they were trying to do with this era. But in terms of these films, let's get into them. These next two films are Saludos Amigos and Three Caballeros, aka the first films in this sort of weird, sort of hybrid phase for Disney. Saludos Amigos is kind of a pseudo documentary on like Latin American culture while at the same time having a lot of like hijinks ensue. And I mean, as someone who lived, granted I know this isn't like Mexico proper, but like lived in Southern California for a while and grew up with a predominantly like an area that has a lot of Hispanic American like culture. It's kind of one of those films that's less about actually teaching about the culture and more or less just using it as sort of a tourist guide-y film. If that sounds weird, it is. Again, I still don't even know what this film is like trying to do. Is it the worst? Is it the worst exploitation of like other cultures that I've seen? No, but it's not particularly great either. So yeah, I'm gonna put this in like D tier. There's really no reason to watch it. Like, I mean, yeah. And I mean, Three Caballeros is a little bit more like that. Granted, I think I like this one a little bit more, but not by much. Funny enough, we actually had this one on VHS. Yes, I grew up with VHS, even though you grew up in the you grew up in the 2000s. You grew up with VHS. Yes, I did. Like again, I grew up with a lot of things, and for whatever reason, we had this one on VHS of all the Disney. Okay, we had other ones on VHS, but like, why this one? I don't know, but it's more the same. Honestly, again, it's C tier. There's really no purpose to really watch this one. Also, yeah, for whatever reason, Donald is just super horny in this one. I don't know. This was a weird time for Disney. Like, and also just such a tonal shift from from the first like 5 films that we talked about. Like, I genuinely don't know what they were doing here. But yeah, I wouldn't say that this is really worth your time. So, grant it's not the worst thing I've ever seen, but like it's kind of boring. So yeah, no thanks. Even though it goes insane the last like 15 minutes of it, but like yeah, no, it's not really worth. Neither of these are really worth your time. So I mean, we'll talk about a film that does a better representation of Latin American culture. Granted, it will probably be the very end, but like, yeah, it's yeah. All right, Make Mine Music. This one's weird because this is the only one out of this entire list that's not on Disney Plus for for whatever reason. Like,
What a shame.
yeah, I don't know why. Because out of all the Disney films that's not on Disney Plus, this is the one that's on. I mean, you have Dumbo on there, which is like an actual like horrible racist movie. How the hell is this not on there? And I mean, and to its credit, like there's some cool scenes, like the whale in the opera house scene, and like that one's kind of a cool, like, creative like thing. Also, I think this is the one that has. Yes, this is the one. Yeah, this is the one that has the fedora, who's literally. Oh my god! Yeah, there's literally a fedora who, like an actual fedora hat, who has the hots for like this like bonnet hat. Like it's weird, but like it's actually kind of funny. Um. Oh yeah, and there's also like appear in the wolf section, which is okay. Interestingly enough, like okay, well it's a Eastern European story, so like it's gonna have Russian influence here, and that one was okay. Um, but like you can definitely tell that like it's kind of the meme where it's like, hey, can we watch Fantasia? We have Fantasia at home. Fantasia at home. Like that's kind of what this feels like. It's a bit more structured than Fantasia, but like I mean, it's you can definitely tell that they were trying to kind of do something similar and they just didn't succeed. Again, it's not terrible. I'm going to put this one in C tier, but like it's going to be a bit of a mid C if I'm going to be honest. Um I mean, I prefer to watch this over Snow White, but like yeah, I mean, it's not particularly done great. So, there's some cool moments like I said with like the whale and the opera house, as well as that Pierre and the Wolf scene. And I think this one also has like a doo wop scene, but I don't like doo wop music. I don't like any of that, so like not really for me. Though I do recognize that like I think out of the films from this particular era in Disney, this one is probably one of the better ones. So I guess you can check it out if you're curious anyways. Unfortunately though, we've got Fun and Fancy Free. This one is Santana
Not good.
it's bad. It's really bad. It's not like offensive. It's just bad. Like, I mean, this is another anthology film, and so like it mostly has like 2.5 stories with this one. I say 2.5 because like there's a second part of this, but like there's 2 sections of it, and it's confusing. The first fat half is with this bear, and like it's kind of sexist, and not only that, but also like so goddamn obnoxious that it's actually kind of intolerable to watch. And then the second half would have been fine. As a matter of fact, there are edits of this is the Mickey scenes, like the Mickey with Goofy and Donald scenes, where they're doing the Jack and the Beanstalk sort of thing, and they recreate that story. There are versions that have been released much later in like the early 2000s by Disney where it's just those scenes. And while I wouldn't say that those are great either, it would have been way more tolerable if they weren't cutting every single scene between with a stupid live action sequence that's not only not funny, but is so intolerable. Like, again, like there's a group of people who say that like old stuff is like outdated and stuff and just not funny. This is perfect ammunition for those guys. And yeah, it's God. I mean, granted, I guess it's technically better than Dumbo because at least like but the sexist stuff, I don't. Again, that's not even like that's like the tip of the iceberg when it comes to how bad this movie is. But like, don't watch this. It's not worth it. Like, it's so bad. Ugh. Alright, well, unfortunately the pain doesn't end because Melody Time is next. Although it's less of like a physical pain and more just like, this is one of the most forgettable out of this era of Disney. I mean, it's not the worst thing, but like, there's this one scene where there's a bunch of like colored people, like not, like there's like, a red person and like a blue guy, and like, there's kind of a weird sort of like love thing going on, but that's the only thing I remember. If I'm going to be honest, everything else about this film is just like basically it's an even inferior version of Make Mine Music. I don't know how you do that. So yeah, I'm not putting this in F tier cuz like this one didn't really make me pissed or cringe. It's just not very good. I mean, I guess I'd rather watch this over these two, but like it's just like it's not really worth your time. So yeah, it's fine. Also, I know I keep messing with my chain wallets. I don't know why they're down there. Or wallet chains, whatever. So yeah, like it's, I don't know. Oh boy. Well, if you thought that some of my takes about some of these films were controversial, let's get into another take of mine that's a bit controversial. The Adventures of Ichabod and Mr. Toad. Okay, so if I'm going to be honest, there are some redeeming qualities of this film. The last 10 minutes of this is insane. Like, the stuff involving, like, Ichabod, but more specifically, the scenes involving the Headless Horseman. Oh, yeah, no, that shit slaps. Like, that is, honestly, probably, at least for the late 40s go, because this came out in 49. Like, in terms of, like, stuff from the late 40s, this is probably one of the scariest things you probably could have saw in theaters. Like, oh my god, this thing is insane. And I can appreciate, like, sort of the designs of, some of the characters. But if I'm gonna be honest, I did not give a rat's ass about the entire Mr. Toad scene. I thought it was so dull. Like, and that's because I heard a lot of people like that scene, like that part of this a lot. I just didn't care for it as much. But more importantly, the first half of the Ichabod scene, I hated. Again, this is it's kind of a musical hybrid film, but more so with the second half. And yeah, I did not care about the songs on this one at all. And honestly, this film kind of has a toxic message where it's like, because it's implied at the end of the film, it's implied that well, not okay, so for context, there's this one guy who's jealous of the title character Ichabod. I forgot his name. He's kind of like the secondary antagonist, even though he's really the main antagonist. It's just the Headless Horseman's the secondary antagonist. He's jealous that Ichabod is getting like this girl, and so, but then at the end of the film, this asshole guy, I'm just gonna call him asshole guy because it's funny. This asshole guy who does the Headless Horseman song, he eventually gets the girl because Ichabod is either implied dead or he runs away after that chase scene. That's kind of a shitty message. If I'm gonna be honest, I genuinely do not like that message at all. I know it's a very 1940s thing, but it's implying that oh, if someone is not interested in you, but is more so interested in someone else, then you can just be an asshole to someone. You can be an asshole to their love interest, and you'll win them over. That's kind of a shitty, thing, if I'm gonna be honest. And if it weren't for the last 10 minutes of this film, I would honestly put this in F tier. I did not like this at all. But because it's made up for that last portion, it skimmed by up to D tier, but by barely. Because again, it's really only those last 10 minutes that are worth watching. And hell, you don't even need to watch the entire. You don't even need to watch the rest. You don't even need to watch the rest of the film to get the full context. You get the context that it's some guy going out in the woods and he's getting chased by this fucking maniac with no head. So okay, I keep swearing. I'm sorry, but yeah, it's insane. Go watch that. Everything else you can skip. So, yeah, which, god damn it, I feel bad because I know I'm shitting on a lot of older Disney films. I'm sorry. It's just, again, the mid to late 40s was just not a great time for Disney at that. And even a lot of people who are big fans of Disney films, they don't like a lot of these mid to late 40s films. Unfortunately, though, we gotta address Cinderella. So we've got ourselves another princess film. I don't really count Snow White as a princess film. Never mind it. It counts. It's a princess film. This is their next princess film, obviously based off of Cinderella. And I've also noticed that this one in recent years has gotten more flack over the past decade or so. And I'm gonna be honest, I'm kind of on that same boat. Again, this isn't the worst thing I've ever seen. I'd rather take this than a lot of other films. This one's just really boring. And not only that, but also it's not a very good retelling of the Cinderella story. If you actually read the Grimm's fairy tale novel, or even the original version of Cinderella, I mean, it's much darker, that's for sure. But, like, yeah, it's kind of not a very good representation of the source material. And it's kind of weird that, like, this is, especially in hindsight, it's kind of weird that, like, this was the film that was used, that, like, and especially, like, you know, Cinderella herself was, like, the one Disney princess that was used in Disney marketing for a long time. Like, hell, even all the way up into the 2000s, when Belle was, you know, the most recent, like, and Princess Jasmine, they were the most recent Disney princesses at the time. But even then, Cinderella was used a lot up until, like, the 2010s. And I mean, I can sympathize for her. As a matter of fact, if the film focused more on her, I would actually put this higher, but it doesn't focus on her. It focuses more on the mice characters than it does Cinderella. I don't know how you do that. And of course the evil stepsisters and the stepmom and that whole thing. Yeah. Is this the worst thing I've ever seen? No. As a matter of fact, like, I'm gonna put this one in C tier, but, like, keep in mind that there's better princess films. As a matter of fact, we'll get into Sleeping Beauty and I'll talk about that one to a million miles, but, like, yeah, no, I don't think that this holds up. And a lot of people agree with me on that. So, yeah. Alright, Alice in Wonderland. Okay, if I didn't already piss off people with other films. Okay, well, okay, this is another one I don't hate. I do not hate Alice in Wonderland. I'm just gonna preface that right now. I do not hate this film. It's not an F tier. It's not a D tier. It's just not my thing. I get that it's a film that's not supposed to make sense, and truth be told, a lot of people really do like this film because, well, it's not the greatest adaptation of the original source material. Well, obviously, Alice in Wonderland. A lot of people still respect it as a pretty, in a lot of ways, a pretty faithful one. And I can respect it for that. It's just not my thing. Though, despite that, though, I think I'm still going to put this in B tier. But it's going to be a very low B tier. Again, it mostly stems from it's just not really my thing. Again, I like a more structured storyline, or at least one that, like, has a structure to it that can deviate it a little bit, but it's more direct. This doesn't really have that. It's more so just going from, like, I guess it's kind of like that. It goes from scene to scene to scene, but, like, basically the whole point is that, like, it's more of a dream and nothing really makes any sense. But it's a lot more, like, cryptic and riddly. That's the whole point of the, like, at least this version of the Alice in Wonderland story. And I can appreciate the visuals in this. Like, it's definitely a very colorful film. And of course, we've got, like, a bunch of the same, you know, we got, you know, the Mad Hatter scene, we've got, you know, the Queen, you know, we got the Queen, and all that fun stuff. But I don't know. It's just maybe I don't know. Like, it's just it's a bit too silly for my taste. I know, silly, but I know also it's not serious. I mean, granted, like, I'd rather watch this over the freaking Tim Burton one any day of the week, though. But that's a whole other discussion I don't want to get into. But it's not the worst. I just don't care for it as much. Again, at the end, I'll probably change some things around, but, like, I don't know. Alright, this one's gonna piss some people off, though. Peter Pan. A film ruined because of the decade it was made in. If this film was made any newer, I would probably put it way higher. Cause but even then, okay, we'll address the elephant in the room a little bit, but like, I do have issues with this. Honestly, like, Peter Pan in this film is kind of an asshole in the film. Like, which I guess makes sense because, you know, he's the boy who never grew up. And so, like, it would make sense that he's kind of rude because, like, he's a very defiant and rebellious, like, you know, character who's just more of a kid than he is a man. And I don't know, like, that kind of ruins it in and of itself. Also, like, Wendy, like, as a character, barely does anything in the film from what I remember. I mean, she does have her moment at the very end, but like, she kind of is more of a sideshow rather than like the main character. So yeah, I think I don't know. And then, like, again, there really isn't like a semblance of a story. It's mostly just hijinks until Wendy wants to finally go home. And there's just a lot of filler. Like, it's kind of like Cinderella, where it's more filler. I should have been saying filler the entire time for a lot of this. Is that, like, there's more filler than there is, like, actual, like, story beats, if that makes sense. Then we get into the depictions of Native Americans. Oh my god, that is literally one of the worst things I've ever seen in my life. Especially in hindsight. Unfortunately, though, it's not just the blatant racism. It's the blatant sexism, too. Where they, I think they just purposely make Wendy as a side. I think there's a reason why they do make her as a side character. It's because, like, the Lost Boys make a lot of sexist remarks. And that really was a turnoff from the film, if I'm gonna be honest. And yeah, and there's some people who also have issues with Peter Pan, not just like with Disney, but just as a concept, where it's like a grown ass man who acts like a kid, you know, takes other kids to like a, you know, some mystical, like, you know, floating island. That has some like messed up implications. I'm not one of those people who goes that far, but like, some people might see that as a red flag. I mean, I'm gonna put it this way. The one major redeeming thing about this film is Captain Hook and Shmi. They are probably some of the greatest Disney villains just ever. Like, I get the hype for Hook, because he's the type of villain who, like, acts tough, but he knows that he's weak, but he doesn't want to show that he's weak. And it's hilarious to watch. Like, any scene involving, like, Hook, and especially with Shmi, because of just how incompetent he is, honestly is a really good, like, watch. And admittedly, the final fight scene is enjoyable enough, I guess. So, like, it's held up in, like, with those. But I'm not gonna put this in F tier, but I'm gonna put this also in a D tier. Again, it's those things. Again, I actually physically. If you make me physically cringe, you're not going higher than a D tier. So like, I'm sorry, but like, I have standards. So yeah, that's pretty rough. Yeah, I know. I have a lot of old Disney movies like in C or D tier. And unfortunately, it's not being made any better because Lady and the Tramp. I mean, thankfully, the racist stuff in this scene with like Siamese cats is only one scene. Unfortunately, though, I cringed so hard I stopped watching it the first time I tried watching this. It was so bad. It was so bad. And it was worse than I remembered. Like, that's the thing, is that, like, again, it's one thing to know that, like, there's offensive content in a film, but it's a completely other thing when you rewatch it something and it's worse than you remember. Granted, that's not my only issue. As a matter of fact, like, that's the least of my concerns with this one. This one's also, it's just another one that's boring as hell. I mean, I can appreciate, Lady and Tramp as characters themselves, especially since, after a while, Lady kind of feels like she's kind of being outcasted. And if I'm going to be honest, like, for whatever reason, I don't know why, but, like, I find the visual style of this film in particular somehow strikingly really good for its time period. Like, it has, like, a very 1950s sort of art style to it, like, but I don't know, like, the film has a lot of, like, composition that makes it seem newer than that. Like, I don't know how to describe it, but, like, it's a very beautiful looking film. And it's Lady and the Tramp that they put their animation in. Which, I get that this is supposed to be a romance story. Admittedly, though, romance stories aren't my thing, and I thought this one was especially just kind of boring. There are a few Italian stereotypes. They're not really as bad. As a matter of fact, like, from what I can tell, a lot of people, like, do think that they're chill, and I mean, they're cool characters in the film anyways. I mean, they literally get, like, and I mean, I don't know, like, it's just, there's some cool, like, there's moments sprinkled here and there, but, like, and again, the animation is really good, but good visuals cannot save a script, and they especially cannot save it from a time period where there's still stuff that makes you cringe. So yeah, I'm putting this one just above Peter Pan, but not by much. So yeah. Thankfully, though, all is forgiven because 1959, we get Sleeping Beauty, which, actually, funny enough, last year was actually the first time I've actually ever sat down and watched this. Yeah, I've never seen Sleeping Beauty until recently, in recent time. Admittedly, like, that's because, boy things versus the girl things or whatever, but, like, yeah, no, like, this was actually pretty good. It wasn't amazing, like, I do have issues with it, but again, for whatever reason, this one was another beautifully shot film. Like, the animation was so stunning in this one for whatever reason. Like, I don't know, it's just like the way that they did, like, the lighting, like, the way that they did the lighting techniques, I thought was way better than, like, even some, like, more recent 2D animation. Like, it genuinely took me off guard, but in a positive way. And to boot, if I'm gonna be honest, I think Princess Aurora is a much better overall character um than most of the other princesses that we've seen. Like, if I'm gonna be honest, I feel like this is probably the template for what every other Disney princess film would follow. And it's pretty evident here. Granted, like, Princess Aurora, like, still could have been more fleshed out. But there's exchanges between her and the prince, which it was pretty which was refreshing to see. And even like the godmother characters, some people find them annoying. I actually find them pretty endearing. And even the king characters, which their scenes were pretty great. And how can I forget about the fact that Maleficent is such a good villain for this? I mean, she's not like the most fleshed out, but she's the type of villain who knows that she's bad, but she doesn't care. And she embraces it. Like, I can definitely see the hype for her in this one. And truth be told, the last, like, 25 minutes-ish of the film, especially where it's focusing on the prince as, like, the main character, which is weird, because, yeah, this film has multiple main characters, which is interesting. But, like, I'm not gonna lie, that was pretty metal. So, a part of me wants to put it in A tier, because I actually really enjoyed it, but it did have some pacing issues with it. That's my biggest issue, is that the pacing of it was just a bit... Honestly, I thought it was a bit too slow in parts of it, funny enough, while it was a bit too fast near the end. I'll put this one in B tier, but I'm putting it in high B. I think this one is really good. Is it great? I don't know, but I respect it, especially since, like I said, this is the template for every single Disney princess film from this point onwards. So I respect it for that. And again, truth be told, I can see the hype for this one. I don't think it's a masterpiece, but it's worth watching, I feel like. So thankfully though, their next film is gonna be another hit. 101 Dalmatians. I mean, I am a little bit biased with this one because this was actually one of the ones that I grew up with a lot, and more importantly, this was one of my favorites. And if I'm gonna be honest, it still kind of is. I'm putting this in S tier. And it's more so because, honestly, I rewatched this one actually pretty recently. As a matter of fact, this is actually one of the last films I've rewatched. Mostly because, like, yes, I've seen this plenty of times before as a kid, but I, haven't really rewatched it, in a while. And, well, yeah, no, like, I do think that this, even putting my biases aside, because I do that all the time, this is a genuinely really good film. Cruella de Vil is, in terms of more contemporary villains, she's the best out of those types. Because she, again, like with Maleficent, like, she's basically, like, okay, she's nothing like Maleficent and, like, but more in the sense that, like, she knows that she's evil, but she doesn't care, and she's also enjoyable to watch because of it. And, like, wow. She, like... and, of course, Jasper and what's his name, the henchman guys, they're pretty great to watch as well. And, again, this is just one of those, like, comedy dramas that I actually think is pretty, like, it's one of those that, like, kind of, like, it brings a bit of a warm heart, because, like, like, obviously Pongo and Purdy, that's her name, right? yeah, like, like, obviously, it starts off as kind of a romance film, but then it becomes more of a drama, as it goes on. And I think this is honestly, in terms of that dynamic, okay, my one issue is that Pongo and Birdie, they are kind of sidelined a little bit, but thankfully it's made up for like all the other side characters in this film. And I mean I mean Roger's my spirit animal. Okay, jokes aside, Roger's freaking amazing in this film. He does nothing but troll Cruella the end. Like, he literally trolls her a lot, and it's amazing. I love that so much. Like, oh my god, I'm sorry. Roger's great in this. But in all seriousness, though, like, it's one of those films that, like, it does a lot of things, but it does those things pretty good. And again, like, when it gets serious, it knows how to take itself seriously. But then when it, wants to be a bit more lighthearted, it does that pretty good as well. And granted, though, unfortunately, this is one of my big criticisms of Disney films from the 60s, 70s, and 80s, is that, unfortunately, this film did set the trend for what Disney films would look like for a good 3 decades, with that sketchy art style. But truth be told, if I'm going to be honest, I think this is the film that fits that style the best. Out of, like, all of the films, from that 3-decade, time period, this is the one that fits that art style the best, specifically because this is a more contemporary film, or 1960s contemporary, 1960s London contemporary, but it fits that just a bit more. And so because of that, yeah, no, I'm putting this in S tier. Again, I have a little bit of a bias and soft spot for it, but pun intended. But I still think that this is really good. And in terms of film, films that where Disney himself was still alive for and worked on, yeah, no, I definitely think this is one of his best works. Which, yes, that does mean that, granted, I still think that in terms of best anime films all time, Fantasia is the objectively better film. But if you want to have more of a good time, this is your film. At least from the era in which Walt was still alive for. I emphasize that specifically because our next film is literally one of the worst. Not because it has anything offensive, it doesn't. It just sucks. And I wanted to like this film. Keep that in mind. We got Sword and Stone. I wanted to like this film. You guys know how much I love fantasy shit. Or even just medieval stuff in general. Because this is King Arthur we're talking about. The King of England. The one who formed the Knights of the Round Table. Kind of the English parallel to Charlemagne. Legendary figure in English folklore, right? Who, there's some evidence that where it exists, but I don't want to get into the history of it. A pretty legendary figure, along with the figure of Merlin himself, who is, a wizard who guides him. Unfortunately, they went on about too much about the guiding part, because this film was so boring. It was so boring. It felt more like I was watching a lecture than I was. Yeah. So, I'm sorry, but I'm putting this in F tier. It doesn't help that the songs weren't very good in this either. And again, most of this film was more so just a teaching Merlin thing. Or not teaching Merlin, teaching Arthur. And it doesn't help that Arthur, throughout the entire film, he's not he's not a grown adult. He's just a kid. Who, by the way, to be fair, this is pretty funny, and I'm surprised this has not become a meme. For whatever reason, King Arthur in this film, he looks like he's stoned throughout the film. I don't know why. Yeah, no, like, let me get a picture of him in this. Like, or I guess a GIF. Like, he literally looks like that for like a good 20 minutes. Look at that. He looks stoned, man. Like, what type of crack was he taking? So yeah, no, like, again, I wanted to like this film, but oh my god, was this a drag. Instead, I got nothing but a lesson about swimming as a fish. Or like a scene where, he's a squirrel and some female squirrel like sexually harasses him. And the villain, who's really not a villain, she's just kind of like, just petty at Merlin. They have a wizard battle, but it's not any spectacular to begin with. Yeah, this film sucks. I mean, I'd rather watch this over the other two films, because at least it's not, like, offensive, and it's not, like, yeah, but this is not, there's a reason why no one talks about this film, and why Merlin's he's kind of a joke. Like, I don't know. Like, just go watch any other sort of, like, story about King Arthur or Merlin, and I guarantee you it's better than this. And again, this is another butchering of the original source material here. Like, wow. So, I'm sorry, this one sucks. And you know what's even worse? This was the last animated film that was released before Walt died. Like,
what a shame.
Yeah. What a way to freaking end your legacy is with Sword in the Stone. Okay, to be fair, this wasn't the last film that he worked on. The last film that he worked on was Jungle Book, but this was the last film that was released whenever he was still alive, because Jungle Book was the last film he worked on, but Walt would die in 1966. Jungle Book came out in 67. So he wouldn't even live to see his last film get released. That's a major L right there, if I've ever seen one. Especially since Jungle Book, I'm iffy with Jungle Book. On one hand, it's a coming-of-age story, kind of, but more so Mowgli kind of learning to live amongst humans or whatever. Like, basically, he comes to terms with, who he is. And there's a lot of, like, cool side character stuff that goes on. But at the same time, I don't really know. Okay, I think I'm gonna put this one in B tier, because I think I appreciate this film. I'm just not in love with it. And truth be told, I've always been kind of like that about this film, even as a kid. It's just, I guess it's just not really relatable. There's not really anything that's kind of relatable to me, which, I mean, to be fair, that's not like a major thing for me. But like, I guess everything just kind of boils down to every single character just kind of being acceptable. Mowgli's fine, Baloo is fine. Kaa, I mean, he has his moments, but like, yeah. So yeah, like, I would say that this is just another sort of middle of the road movie. Like, it's nothing too offensive. It's serviceable. So I'll put it in B tier. And yes, I know that does mean that I've only put 6 Disney films where, Walt himself actually looked over, which I know that might seem a bit upsetting to people. And I do recognize that whether you had issues with him or not, you can't deny that like he's a big influence on the animation field. I guess I'm just not really into like his era of Disney, if I'm gonna be honest. I mean, for fuck's sake, the entire like most of the 40s was either just racist stuff or like barely watchable anthology films. The only films from that era that I think are worth watching is Fantasia and Bambi. Maybe Pinocchio and Snow White, but like, again, I'm not particularly into those two. So, yeah. And of course, we reached the end of that era. We're heading into the first Dark Age from the 1970s and 1980s. And we start off with the Aristocats, and God. I mean, I think it's pretty much a given that like at this point, anything that's like older than like 50 years old is guaranteed to have like offensive material in them. And that sucks. Cause like, yeah, even in the 70s they had issues. Another Siamese cat Asian stereotype in this one. Granted, it's not. It's really bad though. Even besides that though, I mean, I didn't particularly care about any of the characters here. So like, as a matter of fact, I found them to kind of be more either one note or really annoying. I mean, I like my cats. I love, my pet Anakin. He's pretty great, but like, if I never had a cat, this film would definitely not help me in that regard. So yeah, like, I'm gonna put this one in D tier. Like, it just did not do it for me. So thankfully though, our next film is Robin Hood. So, which, I mean, if Goldie was here, he would have a million things to say. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to make it because he had a bunch of issues. Originally, we were going to do this with him, but I ended up just doing this. I was even originally going to do this with Saimori and with a few other people, but either they just got busy or, well, yeah, they all just got busy, so it's just me here. He would have had a lot to say about this film. All I'm gonna really say about this film is I think it's pretty good. It has 2 major issues though. I mean, one of those obviously being the infamous rotoscoping issue that people have, where a lot of the animation from this film particularly were actually from previous films. Specifically the Jungle Book and Snow White. A lot of people have pointed out. Among others, of course. Rotoscoping, for those who don't know, is basically animating over something that's already like animate in and of itself. So like That's what a lot of like, games like Prince of Persia and stuff like that used. So it's been a thing in animation for decades. It's just this one a lot of people noticed. And admittedly, like, the ending's a bit jarring. Cause I mean the actual king comes back and everything's fine and dandy. What? Um yeah, that's kind of weird. But if I'm gonna be honest though, I think in terms of its pacing, its structuring, and even the characters themselves, obviously Robin but himself, of course, King John being one of the best Disney villains that no one talks about. I don't know why he's not up there with the greats. He's pretty, because again, he's like Captain Hook, where like he acts mighty and tough, but he's so weak. But that's a interesting dynamic, and like he's a comedic villain, and I love that. But even with that, like the action scenes, especially with the archery contest and the heist in the castle, I think those were pretty solid. And I know some people have issues with the Maid Marian Robin Hood love sequences. If I'm gonna be honest though, I don't think those parts are weak. I think those are genuinely pretty solid, especially for the time when this came out, because this came out in the mid 70s. And admittedly, you can tell that, like, their relationship is built over time. And that's something I appreciate. And of course, again, it's another, I guess it's a fantasy film. It's based off of a medieval story. It's just told with anthro characters with just, I know there's the whole online joke where it's like, oh, this was the first, like, furry media thing. I'm not gonna get into that, but like that was kind of a thing. And whatever, you get, I like medieval stuff and I like fantasy stuff, so like I like it. I'm gonna put this in, screw it, I'm gonna put this in A tier. It has its issues, and truth be told, there are gonna be films that I do prefer. It's just a fun time. But more importantly, like, it has heart, and I appreciate that. And of course, it's been getting a lot more love as of late, from what I've noticed as well. Because again, this came out during a time when Disney was not doing well at all. And this, along with a few others we'll be talking about in a second, are kind of the exception to that. But do keep in mind that this era is not really remembered for the greatest reasons. So, and with that, we go into the many adventures of Winnie the Pooh. So, again, this is another situation where it's just like, it's not bad, it's just not my thing. And truth be told, I'm gonna say the same thing about the 2011 Winnie the Pooh. Actually, I'm gonna say the same thing that I said about something like Doug. It just exists. I mean, I don't know too many people who would say that Winnie the Pooh is their favorite thing in the world. I mean, again, it's not a bad film. It's just not my favorite. So, I mean, it's tolerable enough that I will put it in a C tier, but like, just keep in mind, it's just not really my thing. And again, it's another thing that doesn't really have too much of a story. Again, that's just a big problem with a lot of these films, unfortunately, is that a lot of them just do not have a story for whatever reason. I mean, thankfully, 101 Dalmatians and Robin Hood, they do have a structured story. Um, but like, I guess there's just a lot of filler. Like, that's my issue. Is just a lot of these films just have a lot of filler in them. So, and that's what I want to keep harping on is the filler. So, yeah, that is what it is. But again, I don't really have anything else to say. It's just not really my thing. Same thing with the Rescuers, if I'm going to be honest. I mean, there's the whole controversy about a certain scene where it shows an explicit thing in the background. But I'm not getting into that controversy. Also, truth be told, that's not something that kind of ruins this film. As a matter of fact, I just don't really care about the Rescuers. I mean, it's kind of an interesting thing. They're a part of a task force that gets sent all around the world trying to solve like a bunch of mysteries or try to, help out people who are in like specifically kids who are in trouble. Which is a cool concept. I guess it's just in execution, it could have been a bit more left in like it could have been a lot left. There is a lot left to be desired for. And also it doesn't really help that like our main characters kind of hate each other at the beginning, or at least god damn it, I can't think of his name. I'm going to call him Mario Mouse. I know Mario didn't exist until like a few years later, but like yeah, Mario Mouse over here hates his partner, and he's someone who's not a rescuer himself. He just got put into the job, and obviously that gets resolved later on in the film, but like I don't know, this one was just kind of average. So like I don't know. Again, it's just not really my cup of tea. So, but then we've got Fox and the Hound, a film that I have not seen in like 15 years. And this one is really depressing. Like, wow. Like, yeah, this one is the definition of a drama. I do prefer other films, but I am going to put this in a B tier. I think in terms of films from this time period, this is easily one of the ones that I can recommend. I mean, in some ways, I do kind of want to put it in a high B, if I'm going to be honest. If I'm going to be honest, I kind of see this one as kind of a parallel to Bambi, which sounds weird at first, I know. But it more so in the sense that, like, it's a drama that is mostly focused, in the woods areas but this time it's about two animals instead of just one. And they eventually grow up, and while they were originally friends whenever they were younger, yeah, they eventually grew to become enemies, not because they wanted to, but because, Hound's master doesn't like the foxes. So, like, yeah, that dynamic is put at odds. And I think that's a really compelling story. And truth be told, in a lot of ways it is. Though, if I'm going to be honest, I'm iffy on if I want to raise this up into an A tier, because this has really strong bones. But admittedly, though, this was one of the films I rewatched over 2 years ago, and so my memory's not as fresh, if I'm going to be honest. I think just the dynamic was just a little bit too weak, if from what I remember. And the hunter antagonist, while not the worst antagonist, he could have been a lot better written. So I think because of and also, like, again, there are some Disney films on here, which obviously we'll get into. I know it looks like I'm harping on Disney right now. I know. Trust me, once we reach the 90s, that's going to change. But, like, yeah, like, I don't know. Maybe I need to rewatch it. So, because, like I said, admittedly, some of these I haven't watched in a couple of years. This tier list has been in the works for several years at this point. So, like, of course, there's going to be some things I'm going to be missing out. But, like, from what I do remember, this one is still genuinely good. I just don't know if it's A tier good. And, of course, keep in mind, though, that, like, this list as a whole is for the most part, except for anything that's like a D or F tier, it's a bit more skewed because, Disney animation was so damn good for a good while. So, like, yeah. But let's get into a film that is one of the most contentious within the, when it comes to Disney stuff. Black Cauldron. So, does this film have issues? Hell to the yes. The weakest part of this is easily the stories and the main characters. In terms of our main hero, he's an asshole in the film. Like, he's more stuck up about, he's like, the literal nerd, Warhammer nerd, where he's like, I'm the true hero of the land. I'm going to go out and kill the Horned King. Like, he's so up his own ass. Like, it's actually kind of embarrassing. A lot of people have issues with the dog character. Honestly, I didn't find him that annoying, but, like, I can see why people do. And while the Horned King, a lot of people, like, he looks cool, he is kind of a lame villain. Because he gets so easily manipulated in the film. So easily manipulated. And it's kind of embarrassing. That being said, though, I don't hate this film. I think what definitely holds this film up is, again, for whatever reason, like, this film was the first time they went away from that sketchy animation since Sleeping Beauty, and it looks so beautiful. Like, they took 4 years in between Fox and the Hound and this film, and it is such a beautiful film. Like, oh my god. And truth be told, the visual and action sequences are so damn good. And of course, you know me, I'm a sucker for fantasy stuff anyways. And so I like the aesthetics and I love the art direction that they were going for here. If it had a better script, this would be way higher on the list. Like, I can, like, if they just changed the main character, the plot point, like, okay, at that point you'd just be rewriting the whole film, but, like, I just wish this was a better film. Granted, this is not a Sword in the Stone situation. I do not compare this at all to that. Sword in the Stone is F tier easily. But if I'm going to be honest, this is more of a C tier film. I don't think this is one of the worst films in the Disney catalog. It's not even by a mile. But I wouldn't call myself a true defender. Just more so a defender in the sense that it's a beautifully animated film. And the ideas I can see, but they were not executed correctly. And they needed a better script. And, well, better characters. So, like, And honestly, truth be told, I'd rather watch this more than, honestly, most of the films in C tier. I'm not putting it higher than C tier, though. Don't twist my words. I am not putting this any higher. I know its flaws, and yeah, it's a flawed film. It's not one of the worst films in the Disney catalog, though. I don't understand I don't understand people who go that far. It's not that bad. But it's not great either. It's, again, it's kind of the whole, in this case, it's kind of, people make the joke where it's like, oh, this is our D&D session of the day. Aw. And yeah, that's what it feels like, but it is what it is, unfortunately. Alright, Great Mouse Detective. Another interesting film. I don't know if I call it great, though. Radagast is great. The villain, Radagast, he's pretty great. He's voiced by Vincent Price, right? If I'm not mistaken. Let me get... Or Radagast, excuse me. Radagast is from Lord of the Rings. Wow. Radagast is from Lord of the, from The Hobbit. I don't know. Radigan! God damn it. Again, this is another film I haven't seen in a couple years. Yes, Vincent Price. Okay. Yeah, he does really good. And, I mean, Sherlock, of course. He's a mouse in this one for whatever reason, I guess. Cool. I guess this one is more... I don't know. Again, it's been a while since I've seen this one, so, my memory's kinda hazy. I remember it being good, but I had some issues with it. I think specifically involving, the kid character. And more so the story itself. Yes, that's right. I just think that, the story was just a bit weak. I don't know, there was just a little bit too much weak writing for my taste for this one. I don't know, it's just a lot of the jokes didn't particularly land outside of Radigan, him. Everything else just kind of was flat. And again, it doesn't help that they went back to the sketchy style for this film for whatever reason. It doesn't work. Modernize your style. I don't know why they stuck with that for as long as they did. So, again, we're in the mid-'80s at this point, and they were still using that, animation style. So, I don't know. I am gonna put it in a B tier, though. I think it's good, but it has flaws. So... Alright, so last film before the Renaissance. Oliver and Company, which... Again, I wish Goldie was here, because if you guys remember, that's his profile picture with Billy Joel and his, yeah, he's the dog. Wow, I forgot his name already. I am just... Wow, Dodger, that's his name. Yeah, that's the dog with the glasses on there. And yes, this is a retelling of Oliver and Twist, except taking place in the late 1980s in New York. Okay. And it's a musical. Music's written by Billy Joel. So if you like Billy Joel, there you go. I mean, we've talked about this. I've talked about this film a lot with Goldie because, again, he has a profile picture with Dodger on it, which is funny. But he actually rewatched it as well, and yeah, he thinks the film is just kind of above average. I'm someone who just thinks that this film is just average. It's not terrible, but like I can see why this one's forgotten. It's because it's just there's better versions of Oliver and Twist, first of all, but more importantly, it's like yeah, the characters are kind of they're kind of one note in this film. There's not really a lot of personality outside of Oliver and Dodger. Dodger's just kind of like the cool dog, you know? And it just feels more like not like racial stereotype, more so just like clique stereotypes with this, if that makes sense. Not a lot of like depth with the characters. And outside of the I can't again. If I'm gonna be honest, I watched this like a few months ago, and I barely remember anything about this film. This film is honestly one of the more forgettable ones. Oh my god. I'm okay. Why should I worry? That's the song that everyone likes. So yeah, like I mean, is this film terrible? No, it's kind of average though. And again, it's kind of one of those films that like it's it's a forgettable film. Like so I just yeah, I mean, it's a better Secret Lives of Pets film than any freaking Secret Lives of Pets films. So like, I'd rather take this than any of those any day of the week. But like, yeah, I'm putting this in C tier. I think it's pretty obvious as to why this one isn't as talked about. So yeah, but thankfully we've reached the modern age for Disney films. We reached the halfway mark, even though we've still got a lot of films to go through. But we're finally reaching the part in which I have a lot more positive things to say. But before we do that, I'll be right back. I'm gonna get a drink, and yeah, we'll continue from there. Alright, we're back. Sorry about that. Alright. So yeah, we finally reached the era of Disney that I more or less grew up with way more. And yeah, we're gonna change the negativity to a bit more of a positive one. So if it seems like I've been harsh on a lot of these films, don't worry. I will be a bit kinder from here on out. So let's start things off with The Little Mermaid. So this is arguably one of the more important films within the Disney catalog. This came out at the tail end of the 1980s and kicked off the Disney Renaissance. And again, I like this film. I appreciate this film. And I think that this is definitely one of the better princess films for sure. I think my one issue with it is I guess just the side characters didn't really click with me as much. Of course, you know, the songs are no. I'd say this is when like the songs in Disney films definitely started to finally catch their groove, if that makes sense. You know, god damn, why can't I think of the song? God, I am a fake. I literally rewatched this literally like a few months ago. I should know this. Like, wow, I am. Yeah, I rewatched it literally whenever the freaking live action one came out. Yeah, Part of Your World. Wow, and of course, Under the Sea, of course, those are the songs that people like, because this was obviously a musical. And yeah, those are pretty good. And this is just I just think that like this film in particular, I guess it's just, I don't know, I guess this one just didn't click with me as much, if that makes sense. A lot of people would put this in like A or S tier, but I'm gonna be a bit more humbled and I'm gonna put this one in B tier. It's not bad. As a matter of fact, like, yeah, it's high B tier. I just think that like the next Disney princess film kicks it out of the water. Pun intended again. So like, I don't know, I just don't click with this one as much, if I'm gonna be honest. Alright, but of course, before we get into that film, Rescuers Down Under, the film that people kind of actually forget about the most out of this entire thing. And also, yes, that does mean that this is the first sequel. This is the first direct sequel that Walt Disney Animation has worked on. And truth be told, okay, I actually do think this one's okay. I've noticed there's a bit of a divide between this one. Either people really like this one or people fucking hate this film. I am not one of those people. I am on the camp that does actually prefer this one over the original, but not by much. I think definitely the animation is better, which I forgot to mention that with Little Mermaid, is that like they finally went away from that sketchy like animation style, starting with Little Mermaid, and it's pretty evident with this film as well. Our main characters have a little bit more of a personality, but like they're not really, yeah. And they have a new main character here. And yeah, the sequel guy I think is all right. The villain in this is so bloodthirsty for whatever reason. Like, he's not like the hunter from like Fox and the Hound, where like, yeah, he's kind of an asshole, but like I can kind of see where he's coming from. This guy's just a straight up asshole in this one. He wants to kill, like, it's kind of unnerving. I mean, he definitely is a more memorable villain than the first Rescuers. I barely remember the villains from the first Rescuers, so like, yeah, I don't know. Truth be told, though, 89 and 90 are just some of like that weird transition into the 90s was a huge like, it affected a lot of media, like film, video games, like music. Like, this is a kind of another product of just 1990 being kind of an off year. The 90s as a whole had some amazing stuff, but the year 1990, there's a reason why there's not a lot talked about from that year, other than stuff like Alice in Chains' facelift and the Super Nintendo coming out. And obviously that is just like, damn. But like, yeah, this is just kind of another one of those like middle of the road films. I'm gonna put this one in C tier, but truth be told, this is gonna be the last C tier for a while. So if you thought that there was a lot of C tiers, don't worry. Like, that's going to change very soon. So, because the next film after this is Beauty and the Beast. Truth be told, not only do I think this is the best Disney princess film ever made, this might be one of the best films made, period, if I'm going to be honest. I'm putting this in S tier. this is another film that not only is visually beautiful, like no pun intended in that regard, but just the story itself. You know, it's a story about identity and just about being true to who you are and finding the beauty of who you are as a person. Like, it's one of those, it's a film that does, yes, use the whole princess motif, but it doesn't really play a factor in this. And honestly, Belle is one of the most relatable characters in that regard. You know, she kind of just wants to live the life. At the beginning, of course, she kind of wants to live the life that she wants. And, of course, you know, Gaston being that sort of force that is wedged between her and the Beast. But even then, like, Belle is someone who sacrifices, you know, her own life. Not dying, of course. Like, spoilers for those who haven't seen this. But, like, you know, she takes the place of her father getting captured by the, like, you know, the Beast. But over time, you know, Belle and, you know, the Beast form a relationship with each other, and the Beast, like, slowly becomes, you know, more and more not only forgiving of her, but more at peace and just more at home. And this obviously ties in with, you know, the story of, you know, later on the story where Gaston uses the fact that, you know, he's the most popular guy in town to his advantage to rile up the people, and it's done in so it's such a, like, it's a beautiful, like, it honestly is one of the most compelling stories that I've seen. And you know what the shocker is? Again, this is another film that I haven't seen until recently, as last year. Like, again, I don't want to get into specific, like, I don't want to get in like that, because yeah, I know I should have saw this a long time ago. But, like, this is honestly contender for not only one of the best Disney films, but one of the best films, period. Even, like, just any film, animation wise, Disney, the 90s, like, again, a lot of people really like Little Mermaid, and to each your own, but Beauty and the Beast is truly one of the best examples on how not only that, like, you can still use the princess format, but use it in a way that's more empowering. Especially since, guess what, in this story, I can definitely say that, like, you know, Belle is a true, you know, example of a strong female protagonist. And also the songs are freaking great. Of course, there's Be Our Guest. But, like, even Gaston's song, which I know has become a bit of a meme, but it just shows the arrogance of him. So, like, yeah, I don't want to stay on this point for too long, but yeah, no, this is easily one of the best films I've seen, and I'm really kicking myself that I haven't seen this until recently. Like, god damn it, man. And this is just the beginning of some of the amazing stuff that we're going to be talking about. Like, again, we just got through all the filler. Now we're getting into the good stuff. So, yeah. And thankfully, the next film to come up is Aladdin. So, okay. Aladdin's interesting because I know there's been some issues that people have had with the portrayal of, you know, people from the Middle East in this one, which, I mean, yes, they are a bit stereotypicalized, if that's a word. It's not nearly as bad as some of the other stuff I had to watch and that I've already talked about. Trust me when I say that to the core. It is not nearly as bad as what I've seen with those other films. And truth be told, in a lot of ways, this film is a lot more competent in its story, and for once made, the prince character, in this case Aladdin, who's not a prince, but well, at least not until the very end, made him basically have a bit of a character arc. Because at first he's kind of a wise ass. He's kind of a stuck-up, thief at the beginning of the film. But then, as time went on, he develops more into someone who basically has to learn to basically, in a similar way to the Beast, but not exactly, basically just try to be who he is without trying to, but in more of the sense that, not to imitate someone. And of course it helps that, he's got, the genie, who is played by Robin Williams, rest in peace, who does an amazing performance as the genie. And also, I mean, I can go on and on about how, Jafar is, one of those villains that, similar to, he's basically the male version of Maleficent, where it's he knows that he's evil, but he's so full of himself that it's actually pretty entertaining to watch. And, he's just so, mysterious, too. Honestly, he's one of my personal favorites. He's not as talked about as much, which is weird, but I think he's pretty cool. And of course, you guys already know, I like the setting. It's one of those, I'm a bit biased for Middle Eastern settings, even though I know this one's exaggerated and this place doesn't even technically exist. Yes, people, Agrabah does not exist. There are people who think that it exists. It does not.
What a shame.
So, that tells you how much, our education is, but that's a whole other topic I don't want to get into. But point is that, in terms of, I guess this is also technically a Disney princess film, kind of. I mean, Jasmine is a Disney princess. And, I mean, she's definitely also one of the better Disney princesses, if I'm just going to be honest, because, she's kind of snarky, but also she has a bit of a personality, but, kind of opposite of that of Belle's. But, she's still kind of relatable, if that makes sense, because, she's forced in this, she's kind of forced into, trying to marry someone, but she feels like she's, being pressured into that. And that's something that's kind of relatable, especially considering, yeah. But yeah, overall, though, I want to put this in S tier. I know its problems, though. Its main issue is that, there are some plot issues. I know a lot of people have issues with, why can't Jafar use the staff? It's because he can't, it's only something that, can only temporarily be used. You can't continuously use it over time. That's why he needs the lamp and the genie and all that. That's not a plot hole. I don't know. I'll put it in high A tier, though. I don't know if I have the guts to put it in S tier, but, it's definitely an A tier. No doubt about that. So, and again, I know it has stereotypes, but it's not nearly as bad. So, yeah. Alright, now let's get into the big kahuna itself, The Lion King. So, truth be told, okay. So, this is the film that a lot of people point to as the pinnacle of all the Disney Renaissance films. And they do consider this to be the best of that era. Whether it be because of its animation, which, yeah, whether it be the villain with Scar, whether it be just the overall coming of age story with Simba and, him coming to terms that, like, he has to live up to his late father. And, Timon and Pumbaa obviously being great, side characters, stuff like that. And okay, this one's an interesting one because, well, actually, this one's kind of a funny one too because I don't think I've actually mentioned this before, but my relatives back in the late 90s and early 2000s, I had a few relatives who actually worked at Disneyland. Yeah, I know that's kind of a funny thing, but back in the day, if they've worked there for like a certain amount of time, like if back then, if you worked with Disney for a certain amount of time, or you got like a bunch of promotions or whatever, you actually were able to get like actual stills from one of the movies that they worked on. And they actually have one of the stills from The Lion King during the I Just Want to Be a King scene. It's one of the frames where it's, Simba, where he has like the mane with like the leaves. It's that scene. I don't know where that picture is, if I'm going to be honest. I don't remember if it's here or if it's at my cousin's house. If I'm going to be honest, I don't want to get into the details of like my whole life story, but like we have that somewhere. And I would have showed it to you guys, but like I just ran out of time. But like I bring that up because, like, I mean, that's a really cool thing to have. Like, we have one of the stills from one of the most beloved and most iconic films of all time, The Lion King. And I bring that up because, like, yeah, no, I agree with a lot of people, is that, like, in terms of its animation and in terms of its story and in terms of the villain with Scar, those parts are pretty great. And of course Matthew Broderick does, the older Simba is pretty funny. Funny in the sense that, like, yeah. And I definitely do agree with people in that. I think I just don't love it as much as most people. I'm still going to put it in A tier, though. It's not quite S tier for me. I do have problems with The Lion King. Though it mostly stems from personal stuff. But that's that is not me saying that this film is not good at all. It's a good film. And admittedly, it has been a while since I've seen it. Also, again, on a bunch of films I haven't seen in a while. I mean, I have it on DVD. It's one of the Disney films I do have on DVD. So, like, if I wanted to, I could rewatch it soon. And I might reassess this, if I'm going to be honest. And I think it mostly stems from the fact that, like, while there are some songs that I love and are really good, like the opening song, I Just Want to Be a King, like the soundtrack slaps in this in some aspects, not every single song though. Specifically, Can I Feel Love in the Air? I'm sorry, but I just can't stand that song. And I mean, there is one other issue with this. This is a tiny, tiny thing, though. Like, just don't crucify me when I say this. It does kind of feel like that Simba himself blames himself a lot about the death of his father, and he assumes that until the very end, which kind of negates some of the messaging of the film. I'm sorry, it's not anything major. It's not like, a movie ruining plot hole. It's just one thing that just kind of takes away from me with the film. It's not a film killer at all. It's still a really good, and also, yeah, this is a retelling of Hamlet, so and so yeah, I still respect it. I just don't think it's S tier, though that's going off of memory from a few years ago. I might rewatch this to see if that's the case. But rest assured, this is a good film. It's not my favorite out of that era, but damn it, it's good. So, I mean, certainly better than the next film we're going to be talking about. Jesus Christ. Pocahontas. A film that... Yeah, this film has not aged well at all. And I think it's easily the worst film of the 90s era of Disney. I mean, I think my biggest issue is this is another butchering of the tale that this is trying to tell. But the weird thing is that this isn't a folklore tale. This is something that's based off an event that happened in real life, involving Pocahontas and English colonists in the Americas, and them trying to do an IRL thing. Not to say that you can't do a princessized version of, a real life event. I really like Anastasia. Even though that's based off of, the Russian Revolution and the Russian Civil War and World War I a little bit within Russia. And, well, truth be told, the events did not happen in real life at all. But it was still an enjoyable film. But, with Pocahontas, it's one of those films that, is just boring. It's so just dull for most of the film. Granted, Governor Radcliffe, I don't think is the worst Disney villain, but he is pretty one-dimensional. And there's a reason why he's a joke in certain circles. And it doesn't help that the last song, because this is a musical. And yeah, the songs in here are non-existent. There's I wouldn't say that there's any sort of memorable song except for the last song, which I think in hindsight, yeah, it's kind of shitty. Remember when I mentioned earlier about there being an exception about some bullshit from the old Disney era creeping into a little bit of the modern age? Yeah, unfortunately, this is that example. So, it's the song Savages. I don't think I need to explain why just based off that title. So, but, yeah, the implications of that song, okay, to be fair, I get the point of that. The song itself was more or less to point out how, unfortunately, people in a situation of fear can turn to anger, and that anger can turn to violence. and unfortunately that leads to war and conflict. That was the actual intent of the song. Unfortunately, though, the message came across as it being as a, both sides are bad situation, which, given that this is based off an given that this is based off a historical event that happened, that's a pretty bad look. So yeah, you fucked up your messaging on that one really bad. And again, it doesn't help that Pocahontas and John Smith and literally everyone's a cardboard cutout of a character. And you know what the worst part of this film is? And by the way, this is the reason why I'm going to put it as low as I am. This is the only Disney film that was confirmed to be Oscar bait. I am not joking. This is the only Disney film that was confirmed by Disney themselves that they specifically made to try to win an Oscar. Because Beauty and the Beast was nominated for an Oscar, they wanted to see if they can catch lightning in a bottle again with this film. And they were not confident in The Lion King in the process. I am not joking when I say that. They were that proud of Pocahontas and very not confident with Lion King. Even though Lion King, made $1 billion in the box office and got nominated for a ton of awards itself. Meanwhile, Pocahontas only got nominated for 2 awards. So,
that was his mistake.
Yeah, I'm putting it, okay, based off of principle alone, I'm putting this in F tier. This, honestly, is sort of the beginning, at least to my knowledge, to the decline on which Disney has started to slowly become in the past, especially a decade or so, but this was sort of the beginning of that. You can say what you want about the racist stuff that they made back then, and that was a problem too. Unfortunately, though, this, in my opinion, is the beginning of when Disney started that, started their corporatization. And it shows. Because guess what? This film is not very good. I don't think that this film flat out sucks. But it borderline does. It's on the cusp of just being genuinely really bad. And while, yes, the intentions for some of the songs were more so in a certain context, they could be taken into another context that ironically fits more in the bill of their earlier days. So yeah, yikes on that one. I mean, again, is this the worst film I've ever seen? No. But I do think that this is easily one of the worst Disney films, just based off of principle. So, easily the worst from that era. I know some people would say Rescuers Down Under is worst, but again, it's based off of principle as to why I put this one in F tier. So, yeah. Alright. Hunchback of Notre Dame. So, thankfully, the taste of Pocahontas can be washed out of our mouths. Because, truth be told, Hunchback is going in S tier. I mean, millions of people have probably already said it before, but this is another example of why this era of Disney is highly regarded. This is another beautiful film that is honestly a bit of a tragic story. Granted, I've heard from YouTubers like Shay Frillas say that this is, the play is better. I can't speak for that because, I'm more focused on digital media. Film is digital, so that's why we're talking about it. And not necessarily, live stuff like that. But in terms of a film made by Disney, this one had some balls. I mean, Frollo is I'm just gonna be straight up. Frollo's the best Disney villain ever, just ever. Mostly because he feels more mature in tone and in presence. He is not a guy you want to fuck with at all. And his motivations, just him alone, how is he in a Disney film? Because, again, that's not a complaint. That's a compliment, actually, because it showed that, again, like I said at the beginning of the stream, the people who conceived this version of Frollo, wow, they took it that far. Because, he wants Esmeralda so badly, but at the same time, she's a gypsy. And so he'd rather see her just straight up die. So that he can, get away from his personal desires, as opposed to go with something that wasn't, okay at the time, because the film takes place during the Renaissance. So, still a time where, you weren't treated well if you weren't Catholic. So, yeah, that's insane. And again, he just has this, menacing presence to him. You can tell that, he's straight up evil, despite being, in charge of the Notre Dame Cathedral. Damn. And again, it's just another story that, is about just identity. I think that's honestly one of the, that's probably, what Disney does really good at. Or at least, the writers, who worked on a lot of these films. They insert a lot of themes about identity. And more so just being true to who you are, which is a moral that I'm always going to advocate for anyone. Yes, I know you're the emo guy though. I mean, yeah, but I don't wear the scene hair or the eyeliner all the time. If I could, I would, but also I just recently got my hair cut anyways, so I can't really have that type of hair right now. But either way, I like that stuff anyways. But whatever. Point is that in this, obviously, there's a lot of themes of identity in this, and in this case, Quasimodo is that. And yeah, people from outside see him as a hideous monster, but eventually, he finds himself, his true self, but at the cost of not really getting the love that he wanted, which was he wanted to be with Esmeralda. But that was fine, because he was finally accepted by people. I know the only issue that people have, the major issue that people have with this film are the gargoyles. Truth be told, they can be kind of annoying at points, but they were not a movie killer at all. As a matter of fact, I know why they were inserted in this. It's because this movie is super dark. Honestly, I'm surprised this is a rated G film. This is a rated G film, even though this feels like a PG-13 film. And truth be told, I can definitely see the arguments that people have where it's if this was a rated PG-13 film and they would have committed to that, it would have been even better. I do agree with that, but this is still really damn good storytelling at its core. So at the end of the day, I think that in terms of the movie that we got, this is not only as best as we got from Disney, but more importantly, in terms of just artistic integrity and creativity, this is some of the best stuff we'll probably ever get. We're never going to get a film like this ever again, by the way. I sincerely doubt we're ever going to get another villain like Frollo in this instance, just based off of just literally what he represents. So, oh, by the way, I forgot to mention this. Hellfire is literally the best villain song of all time. Like, do I need to explain why? It's so good. So, yeah, and again, animation's really good, though that's to be expected by this time. But, yeah, like, again, go out and see this film. It's one of the best films of the 90s. And it's one of the best animated films of all time. Go and watch it, if you haven't already. So, yeah. But, yeah, that film was dark. Let's go silly. Let's go funny. Hercules. A film that a certain YouTuber hated because, oh, it looks like Vegas. Why does it look like Vegas? Okay, because fucking Vegas looks like Greece, you idiot. Okay, I know Caesar's Palace, but like, whatever. But yeah, like, Hercules. I enjoy this film. It does have its problems. I've mentioned before that I've mentioned before I didn't really like Meg all that much in this, and truth be told, I still don't like her as a character. She just seems more snobby than like, yeah. And the imp characters, like side character, like, you know, villain side characters, I started to find them kind of annoying. But I mean, I think this film was genuinely pretty good otherwise. Danny DeVito, obviously, as Satyr, does a really good performance. I mean, Hercules himself. Again, similar to Aladdin, he's kind of one of those characters where if you see like promotion stuff, you think that he might seem like he's a bit of a brat, but he's actually not. And I'll just say this right now. I know it's one of the earlier songs in the film, but Go the Distance is an underrated banger. I don't know why people don't talk about that song as much. Like, but that's besides the point. But like, yeah, like, also, yeah, which of course, I mean, the soundtrack I think is pretty good. Like, most of the songs are pretty cool. And Hades, who doesn't like Hades in this film? Like, I mean, it's Hades. He's great. Like, again, he's another more comedic villain, but like, he's still threatening, but he's funny. You know, like, he's like Aku from Samurai Jack. Like, he's great. So yeah, and again, it's another sort of like, it's more mythology, but like, it feels fantasy. And yeah, no, I think this one is, again, I have issues with it. Again, specifically like any sort of plot hole involving Meg and just her as a character, but that's about it, if I'm gonna be honest. I know that's a hot take, but yeah, I'm putting this in A tier. It's pretty good. You know, also this is pretty good. Mulan. So this film turned 25 years old this year, which wow. And yeah, everyone was talking about the 25th anniversary of this, and this might, okay, well, actually, this is not probably surprising to a bunch of people, but like, you know what? I rewatched it earlier this year, actually on the day of, is, you know, 25th anniversary, and since this is one of the, you know, films of one of the latter films, but still a film of the Renaissance, of the Disney Renaissance. You know, it's a highly respected film. And truth be told, originally I was gonna put this in A tier, because like I think that this is again another example of a film that has a really strong female protagonist. The side characters I think were pretty cool. The Huns being the threat in this one, I thought they were so intimidating, even though that they aren't super tied with, you know, Mulan as a character. Of course, you guys all know it. Like, "I'll make a man out of you" is just, I mean, it was a meme for a while, but like that song, it's because that song is so damn good. And I mean, just overall, this film is solid. But if I'm gonna be honest, after thinking about it, this has become one of my favorite Disney films. Fuck it, I'm putting it in an S tier. Like, I mean, part of that does stem from the fact that, like, just quite frankly, you know, the 2020 Mulan, I've not seen, but I hate what it represents. And so I'd rather support this. But, like, even putting that aside, this is a genuinely really good, sort of, I don't want to call it a war film, because it's not exactly a war film. It just uses, the, you know, like a war as sort of a background motif for its story. Which, it does address that sort of, you know, thing. Where, you know, like it does address the horrors of war and how people, like thousands if not millions of people, lose their lives. And it's just an unfortunate result of that. Like I remember the scene where they start off with, like, you know, their song, but then they just kind of stop and just kind of take in that, like, yeah, no, war's not to be celebrated with. Like, that honestly was, like, thinking about that scene was the moment that I put this in S tier. Because, no, honestly, like, especially with what's going on right now, I don't want to get into any of that shit, in the world. It's just something that people, I think, need to just take back to. Especially, you know, since I play a lot of, you know, first-person shooters and a lot of games on, you know, this channel. And yes, like, I acknowledge that, obviously, you know, despite that, though, I acknowledge that, yeah, no, war is tragic. So, the fact that this film acknowledged that, like, it's a lot. And, again, need I say more? This version of Mulan is a pretty good representation of a female protagonist who goes up not only against, you know, our main villain, but even, like, you know, the system itself to help fight because, well, her father can't. So, yeah, like, honestly, this is a really damn good film. I'm kind of, like, I mean, it shouldn't be surprised that I love this film, like, for those who know me, because, like, I like, you know, more, like, ancient or, like, historical battles, and truth be told, like, this is the closest thing that Disney will ever probably do to a war film, or at least, like, in terms of the animation side of things, which I'm fine with. And god damn it, they did pretty damn good with this one. So, hell yeah. So, what a way to end the Renaissance. And yes, I did say end the Renaissance, because the next film we're going to be talking about is Tarzan. Which, this one's a weird film. A lot of people consider it to be a part of the Disney Renaissance. If I'm going to be honest, it feels so different from the rest of the other films from the Disney Renaissance. Part of that does come from the fact that it's not a musical, but like just in terms of its like storytelling and tone, it feels way less like that and more like a lot of the films that would come out in the 2000s. Um, so because of that, I don't consider it to be a part of the Disney Renaissance. And if people do consider it to be a part of the Renaissance, at least make Emperor's New Groove a part of that too. Like, it's either or. You can't just, pick and choose. But regardless, though, this one was actually one of the first ones that I've rewatched for this tier list. And it's okay. It's not the best. There's definitely better Disney films out there. It's not bad though. I'd give it a B tier. I'd say in terms of the retelling of this particular story, you could have gotten way worse. You could have gotten a bit better though. I mean, Tarzan's, father and stepfather, big gorilla guy, he disowns him throughout the entire film, and it's not until the very end where he forgives him, but he forgives him for a very weird reason. On his deathbed, of course. And God, I can't think of the main villain's name. Wow, okay. What's the name of his... Clayton, that's right. Yeah, Clayton's just kind of forgettable, if I'm going to be honest. I mean, I guess he's better than the other Hunter characters from, Fox and the Hound and Rescuers Down Under, but, I mean, I still wouldn't say that he's great. He's just okay as a villain. Oh, Turk. Don't even get me started with Turk. I'm gonna be honest, Turk, and especially that entire scene where they're messing around with the camp, that kind of turned me off a little bit. I know they have to do stuff for the kiddies, which I get, but yeah, that really did kind of kill the tone a little bit. And unfortunately is sort of the beginnings of sort of a lot of those, I'm going to call them Turkisms from now on, from a lot of the films from the 2000s. Not all of them, but yeah, that sort of like style for Disney started to become a bit more common from this point onwards. And we'll get into those films in a little bit, but yeah, no, that turned me off. Though, again, I'd rather watch this than every other film that's down below. It's still good enough to be on the B tier, but do keep in mind, it is pretty flawed. So, yeah. And again, the tone is flip-flop between silly and serious. It's not natural like it was with Mulan. So yeah, I kind of wish it was just focused on a particular tone. So yeah, it is what it is though. All right, so we reached the final film of the 1990s, Fantasia 2000. So this is, of course, the sequel to Fantasia, and well, I think that this was a good follow-up. It's not as good, but I still respect it, so I'm gonna put this one in A tier. I know this one gets a lot of flack, but I think their attempts were solid enough, and truth be told, there's some cool scenes. Like the whale scene. I thought that scene was pretty cool here. Um, Even throwing in more uses of Disney characters in here because obviously Sorcerer's Apprentice used Mickey Mouse. They'd use Donald Duck in some of this as well. And I think, didn't they also repurpose some like old scenes with newer music? I don't remember. It's been a while since I've seen this one as well. To be fair, but I do think that this is a competent enough film. There's a lot more commentary with this one, so like there's a lot more involvement with the actual orchestral people who are in the film. I know like there was a little bit of that in Fantasia original, but this one's a little bit more involved, which some people might be annoyed with. But again, I still think that this is a decent enough of a follow-up to the original Fantasia. It's not as good, but I don't think it deserves the flack that it gets. Fortunately, one film that does deserve all the flack that it gets, and I'm gonna give it even more flack, is Dinosaur. This one is definitely
It's not good.
this one's bad. Really bad. F tier. So this was Disney's first attempt at CGI animation, which makes sense because, Toy Story or Pixar was, kicking into high gear by this point. They released Toy Story 2, which was amazing in a lot of ways, and it reflected that in the box office. There were also a bunch of other a lot of other 2D animated movies coming out, or 3D animated movies, excuse me, that either already came out or were about to come out. I mean, Shrek and Monsters Inc. would come out the following year. So like Disney wanted to kind of get into that market. Unfortunately though, they were just not there yet. The CGI, well, obviously, okay. I want to preface this right now. I do not hate CGI animation. As a matter of fact, like some of my favorite things of all time are CG animated. Star Wars: The Clone Wars from 2008 is one of my favorite shows of all time. And you'll see later on this list that there are going to be pretty highly ranked Disney films that are, 3D animated. Because I think they're really good. So, and of course, that does reflect on the fact that they eventually got it. But man, these earlier attempts were, oh boy. And this being the first one, oh my god, like, the animation, like, the actual animation and textures they've aged like sour milk. Toy Story 1 has aged better than this. Toy Story 2 and Bug's Life have also aged better than this, except for Kevin Spacey's character in freaking Bug's Life, but that's a whole other thing. I don't want to get into that one right now. That's for a different tier list. But like, this one's bad. The character, it doesn't help. Like, here's the thing though, even if the animation was amazing, like, okay, I will say this. If this was a 2D animated film, but more specifically, if this was more so like the Fantasia sections that was with the dinosaurs, I would not be nearly as harsh as I am on this film. Unfortunately, though, doesn't matter if your film is 2D or 3D, nothing can save a bad script, or really lack thereof, because there's barely a story in this movie. Some dinosaur loses an egg, right? And there's a monkey character who's not really a monkey. and they look also all uncanny. Like, I think there was a giant battle. I honestly barely remember this film, but I remember dreading through it though. Like, it also doesn't help though that like they modeled the dinosaur from this based off the one from the Disney ride at Animal Kingdom. Which, by the way, the ride is a million times better. Go and ride the ride. Don't fucking watch this. Like, this movie sucks. This is a movie I'm going to say just straight up sucks. It's really bad. Even by Disney, like, especially by Disney standards. Like, wow. And to think that for whatever reason, this was one of my cousin's favorite movies. Okay. I don't usually give, shit to people for what they like. You can like whatever you like, but like, are you drunk? Were you high when you watched this? This movie is so bad. Like, oh my god, this is unbearably bad. So yeah, don't watch this. Like, in terms of like quality, this is the worst movie on the list. Obviously, in terms of like my least favorite film, it's anything I'd rather watch this, I guess, over any of the racist stuff, if I'm gonna be honest. Because, like, again, that just ruins it for me. So, like, yes, technically, this is above. Oh my god, though, this is still really bad. Like, in terms of, like, a pure quality sense, this is the worst film that Disney has ever made. Like, and they made Mulan 2 years prior, and Hunchback, 4 years prior. How? Yeah, suffice to say, they came a long way from Dinosaur when it came to their 3D animated stuff. So, like, wow. They should have waited. They should have waited until the late 2000s, not the early, to start doing CG. This is so bad. I don't, like, oh my god. This was so bad to watch. I mean, thankfully, though, all sins forgiven, though, because they immediately washed the taste of piss out of everyone's mouths with Emperor's New Groove. Now, the early 2000s, I know gets lumped in with, the rest of the with the rest of the decade as just kind of being a not very good, era for Disney. But if I'm going to be honest, the early 2000s for Disney, like 2000, 2001, 2002, if I'm going to be honest, that was still a pretty good time, at least in terms of the quality of the films themselves. I do not think that, like, any of the films from those decades or those years were bad, well, except for Dinosaur. Fuck that film. But, like, honestly, I would not say that any of them are bad. As a matter of fact, I think that, like, these next 4 films are pretty good in their own right. And thankfully, recent years have started to become really kind to most of them. Especially Emperor's New Groove, which, I'm just gonna be frank, is going in S tier. This film fucking slaps. And to think that this barely made its money back is a crime. I don't know. I genuinely don't know what, like, happened with this film. Because this film, it barely made its money back in the box office, apparently. And that is so sad, because this is one of the best Disney films ever made. It's a buddy comedy film, right? And this is another instance of a character who is a smug prick at the beginning, but over time learns to become more appreciative of not only what he had, but more importantly, what it truly is to be a person. Again, identity is another theme of this film, and it's done really well. And it helps that, Yzma and Krunk are two of the best antagonists. Krunk isn't even an antagonist in the film. He's just a funny, henchman guy. And, Pancha and his family, pretty relatable as, Pancha's trying to, slowly get, Cusco from being out of that sort of, rich lifestyle mindset, after he's transformed into a llama. And it's honestly a film that, while yes, is at its core, it's a comedy, but has a lot of heart to it. And to think that this film is not on the same league in a lot of people's eyes as the other Renaissance films, I genuinely don't understand why. Because, Tarzan is considered a part of the Renaissance, but this isn't? Again, it's either Mulan's the last Disney Renaissance film, or Emperor's New Groove is the last one. You can't tell me otherwise. But regardless, though, this is genuinely, if you want, a straight comedy film, this is the best one. So, and truth be told, for a long time, this was my favorite Disney film. I don't know if I'd say that anymore, because, again, Mulan and Hunchback are really damn good, too. And, again, you guys know me. I like it whenever I take my media a bit more seriously. But, in terms of straight comedies, this is the best one. Go out and watch it. So, and that leads us to Atlantis: The Lost Empire, which, yeah, this is another divided one. This one's kind of like Rescuers Down Under, in the sense that, you either really like this film or you really hate this film. There's not a lot of people who are in between. And this one's difficult. Again, this is another film that's, kind of dark. Not, honestly, I don't know if I'd say it's as dark as Hunchback, but, this one's definitely more on the serious side of things, which of course I appreciate. And the whole excavation in, the 1920s or 30s or whatever, that sort of retro sci-fi look, I think looks pretty cool here. Ooh, I don't know, though. Okay, I will admit this. I definitely like this film more than the average person. I do acknowledge, though, I don't think this is a top 10 Disney film, though. But you know what? I'm going to put this in a low A tier. Because, again, this is more my style. But, again, similar to Hunchback, if this was a PG-13 film, I think this would be way better. Mature the audience just a little bit more. And you could have made, honestly, a top 5 Disney movie. I can easily see it there. And truth be told, again, there's a semblance of a good story. Milo, yes, he's kind of a nerdy character, but like he's relatable, you know? Like he just, you know, he's someone who, yes, is a bit of a conspiracy nut, but like he wants to prove that Atlantis exists because everyone thinks he's crazy. And, you know, he has the ambition to find, you know, something that he's, you know, wanted to get for a long time. And there's a little bit of conflict that happens, you know, with his crew, but eventually, especially near the very end, but then, like, that sort of tension gets, you know, climaxed whenever the, you know, the main antagonist kind of has like a God, why can't I think of the phrase? Oh, it kind of had a bit of a mask off moment where like he just straight up was like, okay, yeah, no, yeah, I did this for money, but I don't want to. Let's not call it like, you know, money. It's more like, I forgot the quote, but like, yeah, like you know what I mean though. Honestly, this film right here, it fits more of my cup of tea. And it did good on the box office. Like, you know, it made back, you know, not only did it make back money, it made, like, you know, millions of dollars back. But it's not really looked back at fondly. Which, I can understand it if, like, you know, because here's the thing. This is the movie that came directly after Emperor's New Groove. So to see, like, a complete tonal shift can be jarring. But to say that this film is one of the worst Disney films? No. I've seen way worse. So, like, I guess it's just people think that this film just is a bit too serious at points. But that's not a bad thing. Like, it's just how you do it. And I think they did it pretty well. So, yeah, in terms of, like, you know, that style of, you know, the films, like, especially the films from around this time. Yeah, no, like, this, I think this film is fine. So, alright, then we go into Lilo and Stitch. So, out of all the films from this era, this is the one that people, typically from what I've heard, liked the most. This might sound weird. I like this film, but I don't love it. You know, like, I definitely do think that the moments involving Lilo and especially Nani are, like, it's so heartbreaking. Like, and is unfortunately the reality of a lot of families where, you know, not a lot of family, like, not a lot of, like, relatives get along with each other very well. And this is a film that honestly kind of portrays that in a way that was kind of unexpected. Not that that's a bad thing. As a matter of fact, like, you know, it's good to see that a film does that. And it's obviously they do get along with each other near the end, but, you know, there's a lot of built-in tension that happened, you know, because unfortunately, and this is not a spoiler, like, you know, they explicitly say that, like, their parents aren't around anymore, and, you know, they kind of have to live with each other. And, you know, Lilo kind of has to learn to be a bit less aggressive, if that makes sense, and just a bit less, like, had to be more, you know, similar to Cusco, a bit more appreciative of what they have. So, and I mean, if I'm gonna be honest, Stitch in this film, like, if I'm gonna be honest, I've mentioned this before, I did not like the Lilo and Stitch movie, or not Lilo and Stitch show at all. I thought that it just really downplayed a lot of the stuff that happened in this film. But unfortunately, there are some noticeable things as to why that happened in the show. Mostly because I think this is like, for like, a story about intergalactic stuff. This feels pretty low stakes, I feel like. Like, I don't know, I just feel like the tension is just not really there on that side. And that kind of ruins it for me. And I mean, truth be told, Stitch, while is much better in this than his later appearances, kinda has a lot of those quirks that like not a lot of people like with Stitch in this. So, but like, I can see the appeal, at least in the terms of this version of Stitch. But do keep in mind that like those things do kind of ruin it for me. Not to say that this is bad. As a matter of fact, I'm going to put this at a B tier, but yes, that does mean that out of the early 2000s films, this is my least favorite out of that 3-year period. But that's not, well, besides Dinosaur, I need to specify. God damn it. But that's not to say that it's bad. Again, I think I just prefer something that's a bit more high stakes. So, and I've mentioned this before on like, other podcasts, so that's not like a thing. So, it is what it is. All right, speaking of things that are more my style, Treasure Planet. So, you know what? I'm going to put this... fuck it. I'm putting in an S tier. Another film that got snubbed whenever it came out. I know people have issues with this film, specifically, because here's the thing about this film. This is an adaptation of Treasure Island. So kind of similar to Oliver and Company, this is more of a reimagining of a story that was already, or even Lion King. This is more of a story, it's a story that's been told before, but just reinterpreted. And some people have issues with like certain other characters, such as Benny, the robot guy, and not every single character being, prominent, but that's not an issue for me. Why? Because the focus is more on Jack and Captain Silver. Because, truth be told, Captain Silver, yes, he's the closest thing to an antagonist, but he's not a villain. But I like that. Because not every single Disney film needs a villain, per se. And if I'm going to be honest, this is kind of one of the first... Is this the first Disney film we've talked about that didn't really... Okay. Saludos Amigos and Three Caballeros didn't really have villains, but then again, they didn't really have a story either, so, But, like, this is, like, one of the first, like, legit attempts to make it to where the villain becomes less of a villain over time. And I appreciate that. And there's a lot of, heart to that, especially since, there's a lot of tension between the two, but at the same time, they care and respect about each other throughout the entire journey. And that's interesting to me. And yes, I know people call Jack a freaking edgelord or whatever. I mean, yes, he does have a lot of those, like, early 2000 isms in him. But, like, I mean, it's not nearly as distracting as, like, other styles of that. And yeah, it's just a shame that, like, this film failed as hard as it did. Yeah, this movie bombed at the box office. And yeah, that sucks. Cause yeah, no, this film's great. Like, I don't know if it put it in the top 5, but I would easily recommend this film to anyone. Like, especially if they're more into a more steampunk aesthetic, or well, I guess it's kind of steampunk. Whatever, like basically a future pirate setting. I think that's pretty cool. Like, so yeah, like yeah, and that's another thing about this is that it's a very unique style because like it's a sci-fi story, but it's pirate themed. It's pirate themed sci-fi. It sounds weird, but it's pretty cool. And yeah, I would recommend you guys seek this one out. It's overlooked in certain circles. There's been a bit of an appreciation of it, like all these other early 2000s films that I've been talking about. Sorry, I've been talking for a while. But yeah, like I still think it gets a bit shafted. So yeah, go seek it out. All right. Well, unfortunately, now we're entering the second dark age for Disney. So, thankfully, it didn't last as long, but probably had around. Yeah, but Brother Bear. So this one is a very disappointing one because Brother Bear. This one's so frustrating. It's 33% of good film. Like that first 20 to 30 minutes of the film are so damn good. And even like the stuff involving the humans in this film, and even just, our main character who was human but gets transformed into a bear. Like when the moments where he's trying to reach out to his, blood relative brother, those are so good. Like, and a lot of the visual like magic stuff in this is so good. It's just the problem is that that's only 30 to 33% of the film. The other 66 to 70% of the film is not very good at all. It's just, hijinks and just and yeah, I mean, say what you want about like Phil Collins and Tarzan, but like at least it was fine. Phil Collins cannot save this film. Like, I mean, it's not the worst thing I've ever. Like I said, there are some genuinely good stuff in this film because, like, it's because it starts off as being a film about two brothers who are looking out for each other. But there's a bit of a disowning thing going on. And it could have led up to them basically apologizing for the bad Native American representation that they did with Pocahontas. Granted, I know this is more of a Canadian story, but they're still called Native Americans. But I don't want to get into that. But so yeah, like that would have been that was so interesting. I wish they would have focused on that, and instead it's just what I meant. Basically, what I mentioned earlier. Speaking of with Tarzan, just a lot of those Turkisms where it's just a bunch of just messing around just to get the kids' attention, and it's so just ugh. So yeah, like that's the thing that sucks about this film is that like it has a good like it has had good bones, but they mess it up. Like So yeah, unfortunately, I'm gonna have to put this at a D tier. Granted, I'd rather watch this than like all these other films, if I'm just gonna be honest. I guess. Um, but that one frustrates me. Because it's like, you had it right there, and you messed it up. Ugh. So, yeah, that's the thing that's frustrating about that one. So, is that like, it had the thing, but they didn't do the good thing. Ooh. Oh, yeah. Okay. So yeah, that's my thing about Brother Bear. I don't have anything else to say. Is that like it's 30 to 33% good, and then everything else is not worth watching. Like, yikes. Unfortunately, though, while Brother Bear at least had bones or like some semblance of a good story, Home on the Range is just straight up bad. I'm putting this in F tier. This film is so obnoxious and so goddamn tedious. And again, keep in mind, this is the first musical that they've done since Mulan. And even calling this one a musical is a bit of a stretch. I mean, I think Wikipedia called it a musical, if I'm not mistaken, right? Like, oh shoot. Where is it? Yeah, like, it's called a musical on here, but again, don't take Wikipedia as gospel, people. But like, I mean, the setting itself is already one that I'm not particularly interested in, like, you know, the Wild West. But this time it's focusing on like the farm animals, and again, Turk-isms are all over this film, where it's just nothing but hijinks and filler, and the main cow characters are just some of the most unlikable, annoying protagonists ever. And yeah, I hate this. I really don't like this film. I I don't know if this film has defenders, because there's some people who defend this film, but like, man, if you wanted, if you wanted it, okay, I know this film is newer, but I don't care. If you wanted a film that's based off the Wild West that is not only funny but also like enduring, just go watch Rango. Like, I know that film is newer, but they did it better than this. And I know that one's 3D, but again, that proves my point that I like some 3D stuff. But like, I don't know. Granted, I'm a little like, I don't know. It's just, I have a habit of saying I don't know whenever I'm trying to explain why I don't like things. But that's how I feel, is that this film is just, it sucks. It's nothing but a bunch of like gross out humor. That's the other thing, is this is a film with a lot of gross out humor, and I hate gross out humor. So you can imagine what this is all about. And the villain's lame. He's like some sort of like cowboy dude, sheriff dude. I don't even fucking know. And it's so unfunny. Like, even for like, I don't even see kids thinking that any of this is funny. So yeah, no thanks. Like, this is bad. This is really bad. Unfortunately, though, we've got the most infamous Disney movie to come out in the past 20 years. What a streak. Three in a row, people. 3 in a friggin' row. Chicken Little. Moving on. Okay. I'm not gonna really go into depth on this one. Frankly, I don't want to. Need I say more? This movie has been ripped to shreds by everyone online at this point. Like, there's a reason why this is considered to be one of the worst, if not the worst, Disney film. it's down there for me. I think Dinosaur's worse though. Like way, 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 way worse. Because at least there's a semblance of a story, and there's at least some sort of a message that they were trying to go for with Chicken Little, whatever that was. But this is such a mean-spirited movie. Like, everyone's an asshole to our main character, even his dad. And if your dad is even unsupportive, then, like, I'm sorry. Then, like, you're spreading a toxic message. Yes, I know that he finally starts supporting him in the middle, like at the end of the film, but that doesn't help that he just is so neglectful for the good portion of the first half. Not to mention that, like, speaking of the first half, the main plot point of the movie doesn't even happen until halfway through the movie. So, like, yeah, they focus on this stupid baseball subplot. And don't even get me started on the animation, which this film does not look like a Disney film at all. This looks like a knockoff DreamWorks film. And that's even being kind to DreamWorks. Like, this film is bad. Don't watch this. Like, do I in 2023 need to say, don't watch Chicken Little? Don't watch Chicken Little. It sucks. So yeah, no, fuck this film. It's bad. So, let's go, I guess, a little bit more positive. Let's talk about Meet the Robinsons. Now, Meet the Robinsons is weird for me. Because they finally started to somewhat figure out the CG problem by this point. 2007, 2008, CG animation outside of Pixar was finally starting to catch wind in a more, respectable manner. And a lot of people, from what I can tell, there's a growing amount of people who are appreciating Meet the Robinsons. And while there are some great moments in this, as a matter of fact, I'm just going to be frank, Bowler Hat Guy is amazing in this. Again, he kind of reminds me... Actually, funny enough, yeah, he kind of reminds me of, like, Hades. Or, like, Prince John. More in the sense that, like, he's a comedic villain. But like, he's also, okay, well, I guess more in the sense that, like, he's a villain that's, like, evil, like, he's an antagonist, but, like, he kind of, he's kind of incompetent, but it's funny. And there's some other, like, funny, like, and cool moments. The end of the movie gets kind of grim, though. With, like, all the bowler hats. Like, Jesus Christ. That was some grim stuff. And yeah, like, that was pretty... wow. And yes, I know Rob Thomas is in the film, the lead singer of Matchbox 20, who's one of our meme bands. He's, it's Rob Thomas, like, of course. He's in the soundtrack. And so, like, there are some good moments with this film, but, like, I still wouldn't say that this is, like, on the same level as what, some of the other Disney films from earlier that decade was achieving. And especially with a lot of the more recent Disney films that have come out since. So, this film is pretty average, though I guess I'll give it the nudge and I'll give it a B tier, I guess. Because there's just enough there that's interesting and funny. But let's face it, like, it's nowhere near as good as, some of the other films on this list. So, like, it has a cult following, and I can see why, but it's no A or S tier. Like, don't even get me started with that. Which then leads us to Bolt. Another film that honestly is pretty forgettable. Wait, what are we talking about? Okay, I know we're talking about Bolt. But truth be told, this is kind of the last film of that weird 2000s phase that Disney was doing. And yeah, this film, it's not terrible. I mean, but it truly is kind of a worse version of it's kind of a worse version of Toy Story when you think about it. Because, like, you know how in Toy Story Buzz thinks that he's an actual space ranger, but then he finds out that he's a toy? Well, in this case, Bolt is a dog who is, he does like a stunt show, but he actually thinks that he's always in the stunt show. It's Toy Story at home, and it's not the worst thing I've ever seen. It's just so bland. So yeah, I'm putting it in D tier. Like, they're like, also, besides the main character, name me the names of all the other characters in the film. You can't. Like, you can't. Like, it's so forgettable. Like, in terms of like these types of films, I know I said Oliver and Company is a bit forgettable too, but like, I don't know. I'd rather take Oliver and Company. So, yeah, I don't know. Like, I don't know. It's again, it's not terrible. It's just bland. It needed something to stand out, and it just didn't in a 2008 market. So, yeah, and there's a reason why this is one of the more forgotten films of this entire like catalog. So, yeah. Thankfully, though, things are starting to look up now. 2009 gave us The Princess and the Frog. Now, people would say that Tangled is the beginning of the revitalization for Disney. Truth be told, I'm going to say that Princess and the Frog is actually the beginning of that. This is actually a pretty good film. It does have its issues. It still has those 2000s isms in it that a lot of people had issues with. And, it does have some pacing issues. And admittedly, the love story is kind of iffy. But, like, what saves this film especially is Dr. Facilier. One of the best Disney villains. The best Disney villain since Yzma. And, like, he brings his A. Also, voiced by the guy who does Arby from Halo. Arby! Yeah, he voices Facilier in this. And he does a fantastic job. Portraying as this witch doctor dude. And Tiana, I think, obviously, like, some people like to say, oh, she's like, the token African American, princess. Well, yes, like, I mean, we've already established this before, and we can establish this now. Like, Disney does, use a lot of tokenism within their films, even with some of their more recent ones. We'll get to it. this was definitely a step in the right direction in a lot of ways, especially since this was the first Disney princess film since Aladdin. So, well, I guess Mulan. I guess if Mulan's complicated. I don't consider her a Disney princess. But some people do. That just depends on your definitions, but you know, it is what it is. But yeah, I think this one kind of has the opposite problem that I have with Brother Bear, where it's actually around 66 to 70% a good film, but around 30 to 33% not a very good one. Again, it mostly stems from some gross out humor and a lot of those, some Turk-isms happening still in this film. Thankfully, not as much. But in terms of our, cast here, as well as the songs, like, the songs are pretty good. Like, for the most part, they're pretty good in this. The New Orleans setting, the animation, like, is, peak 3D animation, especially during a time where 3D or 2D animation in theaters was kind of was a dying breed by this point. Like, yeah, I still think I would recommend this overall. Keep in mind, though, it just has some of those same issues that some of the films we just mentioned have. But I'm putting this in a B tier. This was the beginning of Disney finally catching back up on their feet. So, in that aspect, I still think that it's worth a watch. Though I think I do prefer it over those. Yeah. So, go check it out. Just keep in mind that it still has some of those isms, but it was representative of Disney finally kind of catching themselves back up after a rough 5-year period. So, and in some ways, a rough 7 or 8, depending on who you ask. So, yeah. Unfortunately, though, this would be one of the last 2D animated Disney films theatrically released, of course. And that sucks. Because as someone who appreciates animation, it would be cool to see them do 2D animation again. Maybe that will change, but I guess it depends on whether or not that catches up again. But I don't want to I'll get into that at the end of this. But anyways, let's go with Tangled. So Tangled, this came out in 2010, right? A lot of people consider this to be the beginning of that the Disney revitalization era. Again, I consider Princess and the Frog, but Tangled is for sure, in that era. And I mean, truth be told, I had my doubts, but A tier. It's really good. Obviously, this is a retelling of, the Rapunzel story. And yes, Rapunzel is another example of a pretty good female protagonist. I mean, Flynn, or Finn, whatever. He's like the type of romantic interest character who he's just fucking great. Like you know, he's not like he's a smug wise ass, but you like him, you know. And I mean, do I even need to say anything about the horse? Like, yeah, and of course, Mother Gothel, being honestly such a smug bitch of a character. Like, she's the type of character who you want something to happen to her. And oh boy, it's I don't know. Tangled is honestly just one of those films that has definitely aged. I'd say it aged pretty well. Like I can confidently say that out of the 3D animated Disney films, this is definitely the first one I can confidently recommend to people. Um, Even though I feel like this would have worked as a 2D animated film, but it is what it is. So yeah, like go out and watch it. It does have its issues. It's definitely not as good as Beauty and the Beast or Aladdin, but I would still recommend it. So go check it out. And yeah, the soundtrack is pretty good. All right. Last 2D animated film released by Walt Disney Animated Pictures. The 2011 Winnie the Pooh movie. Yeah, this was the last movie to do 2D. What a way to go off. I mean, okay. It's not bad. It's just not my thing. It's the same thing with the original movie. If you like this movie, as a matter of fact, some people actually do really like this movie. That is fine. I just wish it was a different movie to end with 2D animation. Like, I just wish it was a better movie. I don't know how else to describe it. But I'll put it in the C tier right next to the original. I guess it's better, at least on a technical level. But yeah, no, I wouldn't say that like it's anything worth pointing out in the grand scheme of things. Again, I know there's people who are diehards for this film, but I'm sorry, it's just not my thing. So just keep that in mind. All right. Now let's kick into Overdrive. Wreck-It Ralph. So this is another film that honestly I know a lot of people fucking love. Love Wreck-It Ralph. It's the game that, or not the game. It's the Disney film that like a lot of people like and point to as a good representation of video games in movies. Granted, this is not an adaptation, it's an original story, but it uses other characters and tropes, so like, yeah. And truth be told, it's good. I didn't fall in love with it though. I don't know. It's just one of those films that like I think it's good. I just don't care for either of the main characters. Ralph and Vanellope, I don't know. It's just like they didn't click with me in this film as much as other people did, I guess. I mean, I get Ralph, like, why he, is the way that he is. Because, he is a bad guy, but he doesn't want to be the bad guy anymore. He wants to be the good guy. And he wants to prove that to other people. But unfortunately, he does a few bad things along the way. Some things that he definitely takes a bit too far. And so, yeah, like, I get that. I just think he goes a bit too far, especially, with what he does to, Vanellope's, go-kart near, like, the end of the movie. Or not near the end, but, like, about 2/3 of the way. Oh, and also, speaking of Vanellope, I've found her to be really annoying in this. I really did not like her in this movie at all. So yeah, I'm sorry. Like, I tried. I just didn't really click with them at all. So again, though, is this movie bad? No. As a matter of fact, it's good. It's another situation where I've mentioned this before in other things, where it's like, it's all the other characters that surround them that I find to be better than the main cast. So yeah, like, I'm gonna put this in a B tier. But I would not say that this is my, like, I wouldn't say that this is one of the best Disney films. So yeah. And again, it unfortunately not necessarily was the beginning, but, like, I don't know. It just feels like, this wasn't like a film that directly, did a hey member thing, or at least not until a freaking sequel. But yeah, like, it's, unfortunately, it helped start that trend. But, it is what it is. Oh my god, sorry. My nose. Alright. Now we're going to be talking about the films that are less than 10 years old now. So yeah, here we go. We're getting to the final stretch. Frozen. Okay. Frozen. Okay. So, Frozen. God damn it. I have to talk about this, man. Like, okay. So, I had a bunch of beef with Frozen back in the day. Especially around 2013, 2014, 2015 era, right? When this movie was new. I fucking hate the soundtrack of this. Like, I know that this movie had... Okay, I will admit this. Is Frozen as bad as some of the other films on this list? No. I still don't like this film, though. This film just kind of feels... It honestly is kind of one of those films that if I'm gonna be honest, this is the first Disney film that kind of feels more like it's a it feels more like it was made as a marketing movie rather than like a movie that was made for like, you know, an actual like intent in like quality. Again, remember me talking about the corporate, like, you know, the Disney corporate thing going on. Honestly, this film feels more in line with that. Not to say that this film is an absolute dumpster fire, because there are some small light moments that are, you know, shining with this. I mean, for one, the animation is gorgeous. Like, I'm just gonna be frank about that. And truth be told, as well, I do think that when it comes to the movies from at least this era, it could have been way worse. Like, if you would have, okay, let me put it this way. If you would have asked me about 5 years ago where I would put Frozen, I would put it in F tier. I think I'm gonna put it in D tier. It's not as bad. It's just one of those things that unfortunately was more so ruined because of fans of it. Obviously you can like whatever you want. I'm not going to judge you. If you like Frozen, that is completely fine. Just don't shove it down my fucking throat. That was my issue with this. Especially with when all the popular songs came out when this movie came out. And yeah, it just brings back bad memories. And it doesn't help that, like, honestly, like, you know, Elsa and Anna don't really have a personality. And I mean, the main villain was his name Hans. Like, he's one of the most obvious villains of all time. Like, he's such a lame twist villain. Which that was a trend in the mid 2010s. Like, yeah, lame twist villains, even from movies I like, which we're gonna get into. They had twist villains that were lame. So, but yeah, I'm sorry. I just, because of what this movie stands for, I can't put it higher than a D. I really don't like this film just because of what it represents. Tangled is the objectively better princess film, and I will fight anyone to the death on that one. And well, and here's my other big issue with Frozen. It's also just not a good adaptation of its original story, which is the story of the Snow Queen. Like, it so is far removed from that story in every metric. Honestly, if you want a really good representation of, like, you know, the infamous Ice Queen, just go watch Narnia, like the first Narnia movie. Like, surprisingly, despite the fact that that takes place in a fantasy setting, that's a really good representation of the Snow Queen. So yeah, like, it's because that's what Frozen's based off of. So, which I don't know. I just don't like what this movie represents. That's why I'm putting it as low as I do. I guess objectively speaking, it's probably more of a C tier. It's just those bad memories that makes me put it as low, and because of stuff that people would make. So I'm sorry, but like, I can't put myself to like this film, especially since, you know, whenever I was in like middle school and early high school, whenever this was still new. Too many bad memories. So yeah, no thanks. Okay. Please don't crucify me. Okay, people are probably gonna freaking kill me anyways for this one, because we're gonna be talking about Big Hero 6. Which features our favorite lame villain, Professor Callahan. Yeah, Professor Callahan.
That was his mistake. That was his mistake.
We love you, Professor Callahan. Oh my god. Okay. Yes, I know he's a lame villain, and I know that, like, he's dumb in the context of the plot, but if I'm just gonna be honest, and yes, I know Fall Out Boy's on the soundtrack with Immortals. I know it's not their best song, but, like, you know what? I think this movie gets too much flack. Is it, the best Disney movie? No. But I think this is a movie that gets just a bit too much flack nowadays. I'm putting this in A tier. I understand why people have issues with this. Yes, Professor Callahan
That was his mistake.
Is a lame villain. But that's my only issue with the film. It's got a lot of heart, especially with Hero and Baymax, which, that dynamic between those two is so endearing to watch. And yes, I also am well aware that this is the only... Well, this one's weird, because this one's technically also a Marvel film as well. Yeah, I know, I'm ranking a Marvel film. Because this is based off of the Big Hero 6 comics from the late 90s. That were Marvel. So this could have been an actual Marvel movie. But they decided, screw it, Disney can do it, why not? If it was good enough for Incredibles to make their own superheroes, we can make superheroes for ourselves as well. And I think this is coming from someone who does not really care for superheroes all that much, if I'm going to be honest. But, like, admittedly, yeah, no, like, the comics do look like they're cooler as a whole, but that's not to discount the movie. And the movie, I think, is still genuinely pretty solid, especially since it's more of a story about... It's more of a buddy hero story, like a buddy, like, duo movie, where, it's Baymax and Hero who, want to prove themselves to not just, obviously the university, but more importantly to themselves, that they have a place in the world. Again, identity. That's a common thing. Like, basically, movies that have a lot to do with identity, I find very interesting, because it's more or less, because I like I think I'm starting to realize that I like stories that involve characters that eventually, figure out their own path and find their own place in the world. And this is another good example of that. And of course, all of the side characters are pretty great. At least I thought they were pretty great. And again, I like my action films, so especially, that final fight where they go up against Mr.
That was his mistake.
Like, my god, that was pretty entertaining. And just that sort of mixture between this, San Francisco and Tokyo, with San Fran Tokyo, I think that was a pretty cool, unique sort of twist on a setting. So, I don't know, I just like this film. Like, screw the haters, I like this film. So, what else? You know what else I really like? Zootopia. I think this film's also pretty great. A tier. Granted, again, I will mention this right now. And again, if you guys have watched my channel, you guys know that, like, I'm not particularly the greatest, fan of anything that is pretty pro, like, cop or anything like that. Um, but this one takes a unique approach, and I've even talked about this with a bunch of other people. Zootopia is the type of film that uses the fact that it does use anthropomorphic characters to its advantage, where it uses it as an allegory for, racism and the drug war. And I can go on and on about that. That's been analyzed to death basically ever since this movie came out. As a matter of fact, this was the last Disney film I actually saw when it came out. Yeah, I know, shocker. But when it comes to this film in particular, I mean, Judy's just kind of in a relatable position where she seeks out to become again. Need I repeat the identity thing? She wants to pursue this and help the city of Zootopia become a better place. However, guess what? Sometimes there's just a lot of things that aren't there's just a lot of issues that go around, especially since they use animals as the allegory for the issues involving racism. And again, I know this is under the under Disney corporate, so there's a little bit of pulling the strings a little bit, so obviously take that with a grain of salt. But the fact that the writers actually had the balls to do a story like this, especially considering that a lot of their old legacy films have a lot of racist shit in them, it shows that there's at least someone at the animation studio who's willing to be you know what? We gotta apologize for the stuff that we did back in the day. We gotta make sure, we gotta let people know that, there's some people who at least are here who don't stand for, any of that stuff anymore. And I think the one, thing is, the one takeaway, at least for this film, honestly, I think the best scene is literally during the climax, where you see a lot of that tension growing between those who are predators and those who are prey, because that's kind of the dynamic that they have here. And the scene where they're on the train or the tram, that's a pretty powerful scene, if I'm just going to be honest. That being said, that is the main reason why I am putting this in A tier as opposed to S tier, because this is one of those films that has its message so tied to its narrative that it's kind of something that is a bit more direct. This one has has a direct message that it's trying to come across. And for something like racism, if I'm just gonna be honest, there's not really an interpretation that you have. You kind of have to teach that at a young age that racism is not okay and that it's not something that should be tolerated. And so they make sure that that's what they do here. That being said, usually that's not the type of message that usually a more direct approach is not what you would want for most types of messages. Obviously, excuse me, if it's something about human rights, it works. This is just something that is a bit more of a flaw with the it's more so just something that you don't want to do with every single one of your films, to have like a direct like approach. There's got to be at least some sort of a, sprinkling of that, like, as opposed to just being direct about every single message within your film. So that's the thing about Zootopia. And I guess the other thing is the last 10 minutes is kind of pointless, because it's just like, yeah, it's just a, a dance sequence, which, yes, in the year of our Lord 2016, they still had dance sequences in movies. So, okay. So, yeah, because of those, like, small flaws, that's why I put it in A tier. But rest assured, it's still a pretty good film. It's just boggled down by just a few things. And unfortunately, because, maybe the message is a bit muddled, especially considering that we're talking about an era in which Disney is fully corporatized. So, but rest assured, yeah. Then we get to Moana. And you know what? This might be a hot take, but I'm just going to be honest. This is probably, yeah, in terms of modern Disney films, I'm putting this in S tier. Spoiler alert, this is going to be the last S tier for this tier list. Yeah, no, this is probably the best that Disney has been. Like, yeah, if I'm going to be honest, this is a really good film. It's a good musical. It has really good, songs. Moana herself is, again, another strong protagonist, and Maui in this. I mean, again, I'll talk about Disney in the modern age once we're finally done with this, which shouldn't be too much longer. And just, but yeah, no, like, in terms of, a musical, a drama about, like, a journey film, because, like, I like to call this like an adventure film. Well, it is an adventure film, where they go out to, save the world from just straight up destruction. And again, it's another example of a film where they actually, like, similar to Treasure Planet, they actually make the main villain not a villain anymore through peaceful means, which is something that I think needs to be in more films. Because, like, there's just not, like, because here's the thing. Obviously, with, like, a movie like Hunchback or, like, Aladdin, those villains are just straight up evil. Like, you're not going to be able to bring them back. But, like, those don't have to always be the types of villains that you go across. There could be some villains that are a bit more, can be reasoned with. And I think that should be a good message, is that, like, not all battles need to be fought with violence or with some sort of physical conflict. And I appreciate that. And like I said, the soundtrack is pretty great. I mean, all the songs are really good here. And truth be told, like, this, I mean, obviously all the, the newer Disney films, they're gonna look amazing. This is no exception to that. But if I'm gonna be honest, this is probably, like, this might sound weird, but this is probably, like, this along with Zootopia, I feel like, are the two 3D animated movies by Disney that have a justification for them being 3D. In this case, Maui's tattoo, it is literally a character. His tattoo is a character. And that would be hard to do with 2D. Having like a 2D image within a 2D body. Like that would look weird. So like having a 2D body, like a 2D character within a 3D body, you can work with that way easier. And also, although you could kind of you can do this with like 2D as well. The way that they have the main antagonist sort of transform is visually pretty stunning in 3D. So yeah, at the end of the day, Moana, this Moana at least, I would recommend. And yes, I do consider it to be, like, it's been long enough, I feel like, for me to truly say that this is one of the best Disney films. So, it's not, like, in terms of, like, princess films, I still think Beauty and the Beast is the better film. But it's still pretty good. So, we had Moana, amazing film. What do they follow it up with? Shit. Oh, God. Okay, Ralph Breaks the Internet. This fucking film. Again, do I need to say anything else about this film? This film sucks. I mean, I didn't even really care for Wreck-It Ralph all that much. Even like I said earlier, I didn't care for the characters. But oh my god, they were made way worse in this one. And what makes it worse is that this film, it's not honestly, I would not call this a film. This is an advertisement. An advertisement specifically for, social media apps and Disney products. Like, this is honestly... you know what sucks? I watched this immediately after Wreck-It Ralph, right? So, obviously, yeah, so, like, obviously, that kind of, didn't particularly help because, yeah, Wreck-It Ralph looks like fucking Citizen Kane compared to this. But, like, more importantly, I thought this was going to be one of those movies that is so bad, but, like, is a movie that you can still meme about, right? Like, I thought this was going to be like a meme, like for example, what's a movie that like people like The Room or something, like a movie that like is bad and it's going to be bad, but at least it's going to be funny bad. But no, this one was just bad. Like I can't even make a joke. Like it just sucks. Like there's no, like, redeeming values. I mean, again, there's some character assassination going on here with, like, Ralph, where he degrades as a character. Vanellope is made even more annoying in this than she was in the first film. And all the new side characters are so like, there's literally a character who's just nothing but a social media advisor, which instantly dates this movie. Like, this is an example of a movie that's going to be timestamped in the late 2010s. And it does not help either that they literally have someone who recently was confirmed to be a child predator in the movie, which only makes this film age even worse. So, I'm smiling, but only because this movie, it's actually really bad. Like, again, I watched this with Big Joseph and Saimori around Christmas a few years ago. And wow, it was bad. Again, I thought this was going to be one of those films that was going to be a meme film, but no, it's just a film that sucks. Don't watch this. There's no purpose. Like, it's like the only redeeming quality and the only reason why I'm going to put this above some of these other ones is specifically because during the princess scene, they completely shit on Merida from Brave's character, only because that movie sucks ass, and because the movie shits on that movie. Like, that scene was the only good part. Yeah, no, fuck this film. It's just an advertisement. That's all it is, and it sucks. Don't watch it. So, ugh. All right, then we've got the final sequel on this, Frozen 2. Yep, I'm putting this on the same tier as the original, but I'm going to put it much lower because of what it represents. Again, this is another film that you can easily, like, granted, it wasn't confirmed like Pocahontas, because Pocahontas was confirmed to be Oscar bait. But if I'm going to be honest, this one reeks of Oscar bait. And not only Oscar bait, but more importantly, this film reeks of just being made just so that it can profit off of the success of the first one. There's barely any semblance of a story. Like, at least in the first, third. It picks up, admittedly, a little bit, but, it's basically a lot of the problems that I already had with Frozen continued on and made even worse. And I don't like that. And it doesn't help that there's a lot of weird character changes that were made between everyone here. So, it's so jarring. And keep in mind, I watched this after I watched Frozen 1, and the tone, there's a lot of whiplashing with this one. So, yeah, this one's not very... I mean, granted, I don't like Frozen anyways, so to see a Frozen 2 come out, it just makes me sad. No thank you. Alright, well, let's get into the final 3 films. I know Wish is on here, but like I said, I put that on here for those who want to use this list. Raya and the Last Dragon. So, again, this is another situation where it's like, I don't hate this film as much as other people do. But I still wouldn't call this film great. So I'm going to put this in C tier. It just, again, doesn't really do a lot. If that makes any sort of sense. It's not the worst thing I've ever seen. And there's some people who, there are some issues with this. For example... the messaging of the film about blindly trusting people is a terrible message. And yeah, just going off of people's word is never any good advice. So yeah, that in and of itself is already a red flag. Also, this is one of those films that it's a fantasy film, which I appreciate, but there's not a lot of action within this film. it's action anemic. Like it's the same. It's a problem that I've had with a lot of stuff that's been coming out for like the past like 11, 12 years, where it it makes itself like seem like it has high stakes, but it doesn't show those stakes, and it so desperately needs like something like that. Like, this movie's boring in a lot of ways. Like, this honestly kind of feels like the modern equivalent of the Black Cauldron. If you want like an actual like comparison between Black Cauldron and another movie, it's this film. Though again, I don't hate this film. I like the designs. I like the Southeast Asia look that they're going for here. And it has some like cool moments with the main characters, but like again, it's only being raised because I like the concepts here. It's just in execution, they did not deliver. So yeah, no thanks. Alright, so let's talk about Encanto. So this, funny enough, and I forgot to mention this as well with Princess and the Frog. At my old university, I actually saw these films in the Commons Theater because they have like a bi-weekly like movie night, which is why some of the times I wasn't actually streaming. By the way, it was because I was watching some of these before the tier lists from like a few years ago. And yeah, they showed Princess and the Frog and they showed Encanto. And yeah, I saw this in that theater, so I got to somewhat experience it. Well, both of those films in a theater setting, which was pretty nice. And if I'm going to be honest, I initially wasn't on board with this film, but I think over time, I've grown to appreciate it. I'm going to put this as an A tier. It's good, it's solid, it has, really, it has fun characters. It can be a bit mean-spirited at times, which is why I don't put it any higher than like a lower to mid A. I don't know, it's just like they kind of treat her as our main lead as kind of an outcast a bit, and I don't know, it's just kind of feels shitty if you ask me. Though of course everyone knows we don't talk about Bruno, which yes is the best song in the entire movie, but I don't care because it's great. I love it. But yeah, like it's just kind of like, yeah, that's my only issue, is that like there's kind of like a bit of a mean spirited thing going, especially with like the main household. I forgot her name. I mean, thankfully she's not a villain. They didn't try to vilify her, and again, similar to something like with Moana. Well, not even Moana, more like Treasure Planet. Again, I know I'm making another comparison to Treasure Planet. Sorry, I just love that film. She's not a villain, and I like that. They set her up to be a villain, but she's really not. Though she does kind of get a bit iffy. But yeah, at the end of the day, this is a way better representation of Latin American culture, specifically Colombian culture in this case, than, Saludos Amigos and Three Caballeros. Yet, just like I've mentioned before with some of the, like, I forgot what film. I think it was Aladdin or something. Where or no, Princess and the Frog. That's right. Funny enough, where it yes, like unfortunately, it was confirmed that they are kind of doing stuff like like this, or like with Princess and the Frog or Moana, more as a checkbox rather than like something fully with creative license. Which yes, unfortunately, that is the unfortunate truth with not just with Disney, but with a lot of companies, is that they see more representative tokenism as more of a profit rather than like actual artistic integrity. And that sucks, because I kind of wish that, like, when it comes to more mainstream media like Encanto was made. Okay, to be fair, with Encanto, they did a really good job, and with the people who, wrote the script and did the animation, you can tell that the people who worked on the film were passionate about putting that into the film. I guess I was just more talking about, like, I just wish it wasn't it wasn't ultimately decided by, old ass white executives. And I'm just going to be blunt about that. I kind of wish that it was more so because the team itself chose to do that representation for, like, positive, like, thing, which, what I mean. Like, I just wish it wasn't like something that was like ultimately decided by upper management just for, profit's sake. So, thankfully though, Encanto is a much better interpretation, and again, is that along with Princess and the Frog and Moana, like, they are, apologies to the actually horrible shit that, like, thing. But unfortunately, at the end of the day, it's still, kind of pulled by strings. Which, speaking of being pulled by strings, we've got our final film, Strange World. What happens in this film again? Okay, if I'm gonna be honest, I literally watched this film like last week. So I actually barely remember anything about this. Again, it's cool that there are LGBTQ characters in this. Unfortunately, though, Disney really likes to censor it overseas, so yeah. Again, take an actual stance, please. Like, don't just do it for, corporate points, like, or like profit points, please. So yeah, I mean, it's not terrible, but I think I put this in the same category as something like Bolt. I'm gonna put it in D tier. It's not bad, but like, I honestly barely remember anything about this film. So yeah, I don't know, buddy. So yeah, there you have it. That's the entire Disney animated movie tier list. So, I mean, it's mostly balanced. Yes, I know overall that means they have more iffy films, but like, I'd still say that's a pretty good legacy right there. Who knows what Wish is going to be? I mean, it can go either way at this point. Like, if Encanto is anything to prove, they are still a little bit of creative integrity at the studio. And again, I just wanted to do this tier list to sort of, like I said, just kind of talk about that. I appreciate the people who've worked on all of these films. And again, separate them from the corporation, because unfortunately, let's just be real here, Disney, the company, had basically ever since, around the mid-90s, they've been, maybe even longer than that, but like especially since then, they've been more focused on gains from every single department, whether it be the film department, the TV department, the streaming department, video games, like whatever sort of medium. And unfortunately, that is the reality that's happening. And it doesn't help that with a lot of their live action remakes, there's been a lot of controversies, especially with the Mulan, live action remake. I don't want to get into the specifics on that one, or even what they did with the 2019 Lion King, or even what they're doing with a remake of Moana, which is not even a 10-year-old film, by the way. May I remind you about that? There's no reason to remake that at all. There's no justification. It's a 7-year-old film. Like, it's still a relatively new film in the grand scheme of things. So, I just kind of want to end on this, is that while I will forever condemn the company itself, their monopolistic practices and their hypocritical stances on, certain issues, especially when it comes to things like the LGBTQ, or even stuff involving different ethnicities and cultures. I will always be a critic of that. That being said, that's not to say that the individuals who work on the animation, who are in the animation department, and those who've been around ever since the beginning, that's not to say that they are not to be, credited. And to all the writers, to all the animators, to all the screenplay writers, and to a lesser extent, even some of the team heads, I just wanted to appreciate my thanks to you guys sticking your guns for 100 years. You guys were able to make it to the through and out an entire century as a studio. And even though there's been a lot of, mixed to bad films, that's not to discredit the good films. Because, truth be told, Walt Disney Animation there's a reason why they are as respected as they are, even with all the controversies. Because at the end of the day, it's not even just because, because they're controlled by one of the biggest corporations in the world. It's because it's partially that, but also because the people who put their time and effort into their craft really do showcase the talents, that they have. And even as far back as 1928 with the original Steamboat Willie, you can definitely see the vision. And again, regardless of all the issues that people have with Walt himself, Walt Disney himself should at least still be credited for starting up the studio and being able to give hundreds, if not thousands of people an opportunity to work on such damn good films. And you gotta at least, appreciate that there's been a lot of memories that have been made through many of these films, whether you're, growing up as a kid, teenager, adult, senior, like, these films mean a lot to people, and we should always appreciate those who take their time to be able to, we should be able to appreciate those who made all of the films that hold near and dear to our hearts. And that's at least something that's worth noting. So, yeah, it's worth noting, Kiki. So yeah, that's going to be it for tonight's tier list. Stay tuned for the next couple of days, because we might be doing some other tier lists involving Disney stuff. Spoiler alert, we're not going to be doing Pixar, but we might do a few other types of tier lists as well, mostly in commemoration of the studio itself, and all the stuff that people have worked on. So I'm really excited to do that, and I might do like another tier list just kind of out of the blue. Again, keep in mind, I won't be streaming from Thursday to next Monday, so do keep that in mind. But regardless, if you guys have been around, if you've stuck around the entire time, you guys are legends. I hope you guys did enjoy this. If you guys did, make sure to hit that follow button down below and turn the bell icon so that you'll be notified exactly when I'm streaming. While you guys are at it, make sure to check out the links down below, specifically the Discord and the SoundCloud. And if you guys haven't already, you can also hit the subscribe button. If you can't necessarily do that, that's completely fine. I'm just glad that you guys took time to watch this. But regardless of all that, though, make sure to share this stream to other people and to continue to be awesome in the process. But until then, I'll see you guys later. So, peace out and have a good night, guys. I'll see you guys in the next one.